Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for September 24th, 2024. First order of business is I will move that we go into executive session to discuss strategy with respect to potential and imminent litigation threatened by Shabbat Libovovich of Chestnut Hill involving property at 90 and 100 Bellingham Road. We will reconvene an open session at the approximate time of 7:15. And we're going into executive session because the discussion of such litigation in an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. And I so declare that that is our reason for going into executive session. So all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Mike Sandman.
Aye, and may the Lord forgive you for mispronouncing Chabad.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm going to hell. Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Furman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for September 24, 2024. Let's start off with any comments, updates, or thoughts from the Select Board. I'd like to start by saying that we just got back from a really nice event at the VFW Hall, honoring the Community Emergency Response team and medical
Reserve
MRC
Corps.
Reserve Corps volunteers who are trained and work throughout the town in times of emergency, whether that's man-made emergency, a natural emergency, or act of terror like the marathon bombing. It's a very nice affair, and you know, I really think that we're very lucky to have over 260 people who are in those two programs, actually over 300 people in the two programs together, who are ready to help out in the event of an emergency. So that was enjoyable time, and they had good food, so we came back. Mike?
Thank you, Bernard. Last week, last Wednesday night, there was a forum in this very room in which a person who's a nonprofit developer of affordable housing and a person who's a for-profit developer were both answering some questions about the barriers and the potential for constructing affordable housing. And it was sponsored by an organization that some people would consider to be, well, not some people, but is partisan. But it was very much an informative and I thought rather nonpartisan evening. And I would urge anybody who's interested in understanding the things that need to be done in order to develop affordable housing from the perspective of a developer to take a look at either the YouTube presentation or go to the Brookline Interactive Group and look for the for-profit and nonprofit developer perspectives video. It's about an hour and a half, and it really provides a lot of useful, practical, and as I say, nonpartisan information.
Yeah, I'd like to second that. I didn't attend. I did watch the YouTube presentation. In terms of just the minute details of development, things that you don't normally think about, I mean, it was really very, very informative. And I second Mike's suggestion that people go and watch it. So, John?
Yeah, thanks very much. I want to say just a word or two about an event. Bernard and I were there Sunday. So was a former chair of the select board, Neil Washinsky, was there. Many others were there. I'm not going to go down the list of names, but this was an event that pre-COVID was somewhat commonplace among organizations in Brookline. The way it works is people form an organization. The organization has a mission. People volunteer to do community projects that are consistent with the mission of the organization. And then every now and then they do a little fundraising through the generosity of a couple of members who say open up their home or invite people to visit their home in their garden. People get together and socialize for an afternoon and chip in some money. And it's those kinds of events that allow us all to kind of connect to each other, develop a feeling of community that is more than just neighbor to neighbor, but it's kind of a commitment to improving the town over time. And the organization is the Green Space Alliance in this case. And the event was wonderful. And there was even a connection, which I just found out about this connection today, to the history of the Olmsted firm, the Frederick Law Olmsted firm in Brookline. So what, what better setting to gather a bunch of folks who want to support green spaces in Brookline, and they want to do it in a way that is going to last, make a lasting impact on the town. And that's what this event was. I was grateful to have been a part of it. But the good news is anybody can become a member of the Brookline Green Space Alliance and get involved in some of their activities, including a couple of activities that they've got coming up. They're going to be doing a guided walk of Riverway Park on October 5th. They're going to be doing a bird walk on December 8th. And if you visit the website, Brookline Green Space, all one word, brooklinegreenspace.org, you'll learn a lot about this organization. And maybe the next time they have one of their annual events, I'll see you there and you'll see me. So thank you, Brookline Green Space Alliance.
Yeah. And just to add, if you want to see the benefit that the town receives from the Green Space Alliance, go up to Fisher Hill Park, Reservoir Park, and walk around the signage describing the wildflowers and the other things about that park is just really incredible, very educational, and a great benefit that we receive from the Green Space Alliance. Paul.
Yep. Thank you, Bernard. On average, we have 7 meetings on the public calendar per day. So there's a lot. Thursday, there's only 4. I think there's 5. Today there's 6 or 7. So I'm going to highlight 2, and it doesn't mean that the others aren't important, but there are 2 that are pretty significant, I think, for the public may be interested in. The first is actually, Mike, your 6:30 on Wednesday. I believe there's a Chestnut Hill Area Study Committee. I'll make a plug for you. This is going to be a presentation on a concept for a part of that area for development that the community may be very interested in. That's at 6:30 p.m. And it's bumping up right against another important meeting that's taking place. The Washington Street Complete Street Design Review Committee is being held at 6 p.m. So you have to maybe pick which one you want to go to or try to have 2 screens going. But the Washington Street project is very important. There's a lot of interest in it for cyclists and motorists and walkers, and everybody has an interest in what's taking place with the potential redesign of Washington Street. So 2 meetings, 6 p.m. Wednesday. It's on the calendar for Complete Streets, Washington Street, and then 6:30 p.m. Mike may make a comment about the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study.
Sure. If you, Bernard, if you don't mind, and
Sure.
thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. Only wanted to highlight one thing, but I'm happy to highlight this as well. We have a fairly detailed proposal from City Realty, which acquired the Chestnut Hill Office Park, which is basically a vacant group of buildings at the west end of the stretch between Hammond Street and Hammond Pond Parkway. The developer has made an effort to incorporate what they heard in the neighborhood about the neighborhood's desires, and at the same time tried to figure out how they could make the development economically viable. And there will be some very interesting trade-offs between those 2 desires. And I think certainly for people who live in the Chestnut Hill area, but in general, this will be an interesting and instructive presentation. So I hope people will tune in. And at the same time, Washington Street is equally
A lot going on.
pretty important. So I'm thinking about having to do a split screen myself.
David, did you have your hand up? No?
May I
Sorry.
mention one more event?
Sure.
This one is an amazing event, and it is happening this Saturday, September 28th, and it's Porch Fest. So I just marvel at how this event comes together once a year. And as I say, it's this coming Saturday. There are so many music groups and so many locales around town where you're going to be able to witness and enjoy performances of individuals and groups sharing their music from porches that it would be folly for me to even try to begin to list them. But if you go to the website of the Brookline Porch Fest, you'll be able to see the entire list. This is the real number. You take the various groups who are going to perform, many of them in more than one location, over the period of the Porch Fest. And it adds up to 101 different individual performances scattered around Brookline this coming Saturday. So just look up the website of Brookline Porch Fest and you'll see the entire list. And you can have a really good time Saturday, just visiting porches and listening to music.
Thank you. Okay, next is public comment. Tiffany, want to explain the rules?
Yes, thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. The first person we have signed up in advance is Kathy Jansen. Kathy, if you could approach the podium. And when you're ready, your 3 minutes will begin.
Hello, my name is Kathy Jansen. I've lived in Brookline for over 25 years, and we have come here to ask for your help. I'm a founding member of Brookline, Friends of Brookline Raptors, which is a small grassroots organization that is working to restrict the use of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, known as eschars. Eschars are a class of rodent poisons that prevent blood from clotting. When an animal ingests a lethal dose of an eschar, it dies slowly, making it an easy target for predators, resulting in eschars being deadly for these predators. It's also deadly for household pets. Eagles, owls, hawks, and falcons are dying at an alarming rate. One study by Maureen Murray, a Tufts veterinarian, found that 95.5% of raptors seen in veterinary emergency rooms in Massachusetts tested positive for eschars, and 81% of those had 2 different types of the poison in their systems, being exposed more than once. There are many other safe ways to manage rodents. In the long run, killing raptors that can each eat over 1,000 rodents a year backfires. Friends of Brookline Raptors is taking a 2-pronged approach to try to address this issue: legislation and community education and empowerment. Currently, we are supporting Warrant Article 18, a home rule petition to allow Brookline to restrict the use of eschars on private property in favor of using other safer rodent control measures, many of those safer methods which are now being used on public property in Brookline. There are 44 groups in process of organizing, 17 groups fully established across the state of Massachusetts. 6 other communities have already filed home rule petitions, including Newton and Arlington. We ask for your support of this very important cause. And if I have any seconds left, I'd like to give them to my colleague who's going to speak further on the issue.
You probably have about 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Okay.
David Brick did sign up in advance to speak.
Oh, he did?
Mhm.
Okay, then you get the full 3 minutes.
I'm a slow talker, that's why I asked for the extra. But anyway, sorry. Hello, I'm David Brick. Also founding member of Friends of Brookline Raptors. First of all, I just want to appreciate the work that the Select Board and the Department of Public Works and the Department of Public Health and many other people in Brookline have already put in to try to address our rodent issues in as safe and effective way as possible. I know a lot of people in our community care about the environment and about the impacts on humans of harming the environment. You know, Kathy mentioned that we're supporting this legislation, and legislation is one of our approaches. And we hope the warrant Article 18 does pass, and or we hope that there's state legislation to restrict the use of these poisons. And whether or not they do, a really important piece of whatever happens is going to have to be community education and empowerment. We're all going to have to decide as a community that we understand that these poisons are dangerous, that they're not the way forward, and that we want to take a different and better approach. It's going to involve behavior change. It's not, there are safer ways of addressing rodent issues, but it's not going to be an easy fix. So we're asking for your help and the help of the town government in general to do what's really the heavier lift than passing a law, which is actually educating the community, educating homeowners and businesses about how dangerous these poisons are, and about the other means of controlling rodents, including denying them food, which I know the town is already working on, addressing how people deal with their trash, and helping people to understand the need to, say, for example, take in their bird feeders at night, and other ways, denying the rodents shelter, and also learning about how to use non-poison methods.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. So I'll just say that this is going to be a long haul, and we need your help on this, and we need the community's help. And to start, we're having a community event on October 7th in the Denny Room, which is in the basement of the Public Health Building on 11 Pierce Street. That's where it's going to be in person. It's going to be a hybrid meeting. Please email us at friendsofbrooklineraptors@gmail.com. You can also visit our website, friendsofbrooklineraptors.org, to learn more.
That concludes your time.
Thank you. And that's Monday, October 7th, 7 to 8:30 p.m. Thank you.
The next speaker signed up is Alec Leibovitz. Alec, I'm promoting you now. And you should be able to start your video if you're comfortable and begin your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Tiffany. Can you see and hear me?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Well, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to make public comment. I'll be very brief because I wouldn't want to make any of you sick of me before the main portion of the meeting with our warrant articles. I just wanted to commend the board on their last working session, their meeting last week. I thought as an attendee, it was a fascinating session, lots of good discussion and in-depth evaluation of future challenges for the town and how we might strategize to combat those. I in particular want to commend the board for including the review of Brookline's pilot agreements as one of our key fiscal improvement goals for the coming fiscal year. And I wanted to just briefly comment on two of the points around pilot agreements that were raised, one by David and one by Bernard. I think David had raised the point of there being potential value for the town in securing access to community benefits from certain pilot eligible entities, and in particular, access to athletic field space. One thing I just wanted to flag for the board's attention is that under our current pilot policy, we are only allowed, or we've only established the ability under administrative policy to consider the admission of community benefits in lieu of pilot payments for entities that own less or property holdings valued at less than $8 million or so in Brookline. And just wanted to flag that certainly for entities like Northeastern University that own field space and some of the other private secondary education facilities, those property holdings exceed that value. And I would encourage the board to consider changing our pilot policy to make it more permissible for community benefits to be substituted for monetary payments in these cases. Secondly, I wanted to comment on a point raised, I believe, by Chair Green about a desire to use the pilot program to provide some benefits to smaller nonprofit entities that provide real community value, but may be under-resourced or fiscally stretched. I also just wanted to flag for the board's attention that there are no provisions in our current pilot policy for us to provide any benefits in return for pilot payments or the provision of community benefits. The Pilot Moderators Committee did recommend that we include those the provision of those benefits in exchange for nonprofit entities fulfilling their pilot obligations. In particular, one thing that we recommended was providing access for those entities to the
You have 30
Brookline
seconds.
Finance Department-led purchasing collaborative, which could extend to those entities that fulfill their pilot obligations, discounted bulk rates for the purchase of heating oil, office supplies, and other necessary materials. So just again, wanted to commend the board for putting some focus on reviewing our pilot program for the next fiscal year, but would also encourage the board to consider reopening the pilot policy to make some of these changes possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes speakers who signed up in advance. If there are speakers in the room who would like to speak tonight. Okay, we do have one person raising their hand online. That's Sarah Ronifard. Sarah, I'm going to promote you now. Sarah, you should be able to start your video if you're ready and begin your 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Sarah Rohanifard. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I just want to thank the board for hosting these meetings. I didn't know that these were happening. This is my first time here. I'm not sure exactly what was discussed in the executive session. I'm a neighbor of 90 and 100 Bellingham Road. And I just want to say that I hope the select board supports the decision made by the preservation department for the demolition delay. That was all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. The next speaker is Marissa Vogt. Marissa, I'm promoting you now, and you can start your video and begin your 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marissa Vogt. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 6, and I'm also a Pierce parent of a second grader and a BEAP pre-K student. But I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Safe Routes to School Task Force, which is a group of parent and teacher representatives from all PSB schools, as well as other community members who help coordinate activities aimed at getting students and families and staff safely to school, especially by walking and cycling. And I just wanted to address the issue of the midday crossing guard at Pierce at OLS. As you know, during construction, Pierce kindergarten through 5th graders are being housed at or going to school at the Old Lincoln School, which is on Route 9, or Boylston Street, which is a state highway. And unfortunately, the school playground is across the street from the school. And for the past few weeks, there's been a crossing guard at the school all day to help students and staff safely cross the street. But unfortunately, as of this week, that daytime crossing guard is now being funded by the PTO. And the Safe Routes to School Task Force fully supports finding funding for this crossing guard. We would like to ask you to please do what you can on the town side to help identify funding and make sure that our kids can safely get to and from their playground during school hours. And then specifically, we just want to address your role as police commissioners to please ensure that enforcement is taking place during commute hours to and from schools, not just Pierce at OLS, but all schools. Though for the Old Lincoln School, currently there have been a lot of issues. One is behind me. You can see a U-Haul truck parked on the sidewalk. There are lots of issues with traffic, with cars. This morning, a parent reported that a car went through the red light at that mid-block crossing in front of the Pierce School at OLS. Cars blocking the box, and that there's a need for increased enforcement of the traffic rules that we already have to help get Pierce and all of our PSB kids and staff and families.
You have 30 seconds.
safely. So thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Marissa. Iris Alpert, I am promoting you now, and you can begin your video. This will be the last speaker for public comment during this period. There will be additional time for public comment at the end of the meeting. Iris, You may begin your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, here we go. Yes, I, like Sarah, am also speaking to the executive session that just occurred. Obviously, we don't know the outcome, but all of us who are here tonight are in support, from Bellingham Road, are in support of the Preservation Commissioner's decision. That was the second decision already on the same topic. You know, it seems unfair that this is being questioned again, and that, you know, it's totally legal for the litigation to be made, but it seems that the best way forward is really to respect the neighbors, to work with the neighbors, to make this more of a community effort rather than adversarial. And we just hope that the select board will see the good sense of going in that direction. Because according to our counsel, we also have strong legal grounds for our side as well. So just wanted to put in our opinions, and hopefully you'll hear from the rest of us later. Thank you so much, and there's definitely a more peaceful way of going about this.
Thank you, Iris. That concludes our time for public comment at the beginning of the Select Board's business. If you have additional thoughts that you'd like to share, please email them to the Select Board, or there will be additional time at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tiffany. First, on our miscellaneous agenda is minutes from September 10, 2024. Any corrections to those minutes? Then I move approval for the minutes for September 10, 2024. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, I'd like to take items 5B, 5C, 5D, and 5F in omnibus fashion and vote item 5E separately unless someone wants to pull another item out of the omnibus votes that we will take. Okay. Okay, I move approval of items 5B, C, D, and F in the miscellaneous agenda. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Now I'd like to take item 5E, question of approving a request by Brookline Rotary to place signs in various locations related to their annual Dog Day event on October 20. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair has to abstain. Okay. Next, our calendar, boards and commissions interviews. We have a lot of people to interview on a lot of very interesting boards and commissions. Starting off with the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee. Any order you want to go, Tiffany? I have Joseph Fiegler first.
Yes, we could go from top to bottom on this.
Okay, good.
Joseph is with us online. Joseph, I'm promoting you now. And you should be able to start your video. And once you have, the chair will begin your interview.
Hello. Can everybody hear me? Hopefully.
Yep. Good evening. Please introduce yourself and tell us why you would like to be a member of the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee and what you can bring to that committee.
Sure. So my name is Joseph Fiegler. I've been a resident in the town for a very long time. You know, I grew up, you know, in South Brookline, went to public schools, went to high school, did that whole thing. You know, I've been working in the financial sector for the past 23 years. The last 5 years of which I've led a team that's been responsible for the oversight and governance of business process outsourcing. And so if you're not familiar with what that is, essentially when business units send work from a high cost location to a low cost location, you need to manage that relationship, right? To make sure that service levels are, you know, being provided the way they should be. And so with that, there's a lot of oversight, a lot of governance, a lot of documentation that's needed to ensure that relationship's working properly. You need to look at what's called service level agreements, which are very similar to contracts, right? You need to make sure that the services provided are met, right, to the standards, that you expect and that you agreed to. And so when you look at, the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee and you look at some of the remits that they have, it's civilian oversight, it's studying and scrutinizing policies, procedures, practices, and things like that. And that's very familiar to what I've been doing. A lot of what I've been doing, for, the past 5 years is it's all about risk mitigation. And I feel like that's what this committee is all about, right? We can help mitigate risks related to the policies and procedures within the BPD. And if we do that effectively, it will just help the town. And I think with my experience there, that's a value add to the committee and to the town at large. When you look at what I've done in Brookline specifically as a constable, it's a little different than being a police officer. But what is similar is the interactions that you have with the people, right? I've served over 8,000 notices over my 12-year career as a constable in Brookline specifically. And, over that time, I've had a lot of interactions with just people I describe them as not very friendly situations, right? They are, but they're not, right? And you just have to approach it in a very even keel, non-confrontational way. And I feel like that perspective, right, when looking at policies and procedures and how they're, put into place by the police, I think would be very helpful. Especially when you start looking at the complaints, because that's another aspect of the committee, from what I understand, is you have to review both internal and external complaints, whether that's within the police department itself or from the citizens. And I think my perspective, as a constable, I think would add value to those, within the committee who don't have that same experience. And so, at a high level, I think those experiences that I have in the various different professions that I've worked in, I think would help.
Great, thank you. Paul, you want to start off?
Yep. Joe, thank you for going through. I'm actually pleased how you connect your business experience. As I thought you were going to focus on your constable experience, but I was really pleased, and I happen to agree. I think that's pretty interesting that you're managing, contracts, outsourcing, and that is very a procedure and SLA type of focused activity, which I think could possibly translate. I do have I would like to get an opinion from you, your thoughts on something. 4 years ago or so, the school committee, actually, I think it was the school superintendent, discontinued the school resource officer program in the Brookline Public Schools. And I'm curious, do you have thoughts about the SROs in particular with respect to, what's it working, not working? If it was to come before you again for advice, what would be your perspective?
So I'm in favor of them just in general. I don't want to date myself, but back when I was in high school, I thought they came in handy, right? I thought they added a benefit. If it's and you really have to dive into the why as to, why they stopped having them. If it's an issue of funding, there's only so much you can do, right? If they were proven ineffective, then I would ask, well, why that is. And you really have to dive into the details to come up with an informed decision on that. I'm frankly too removed from why that decision was made to really give like an informed opinion on it. But, as a general rule, based off of my experiences, I'd prefer to have more security within our schools than less. So, providing we can afford it, I would love to see them back.
Okay, in your application, you mentioned that you'd like to help create an atmosphere where complaints can be filed without fear of retribution. Do you have any information that is a problem within the police department? with respect to-
Anecdotally, right? No, I'm not gonna give any specific names to any people, but
course not.
you know, it just seems as though people are afraid to say something because they're afraid that they might experience retaliation or retribution for what they say, how they come forward. And so just in reading, about the committee, I feel like the committee can really add value in that regard. And I feel like if we can give, from an internal perspective, right, police officers a place to go and just let us know what's going on without fear of retribution or retaliation, and feel in whether we do that anonymously, which would probably be preferred, right? Or have them come forward and state their name. I guess we could do it that way too. But I feel like that's where some real value add would be. And I feel like just because so my experience with that is from a financial industry perspective, right? We created at the company I worked for a speak up line, right? Where you can go and anonymously report incidents that are I don't know how to say that nicely, but that need to be addressed, right? And so if we can give that sort of venue to the police officers of Brookline so that they can do that, I think that'd be a great thing. And that's something I'd like to help do if possible.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, and thank you for applying to the PCAC.
Well, thank you for giving me the time. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, the next applicant for interview is Karen Lashinsky, Karen Lashinsky is with us online. Karen, I'm going to promote you now. And once you start your video, if you're comfortable, Bernard, the chair, will begin your interview. You are on mute.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Karen Lashinsky. And I've only been living in Brookline for about 1 year. I moved from Newton, Mass.
Okay. So give us a sense of why you want to be on the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee and what you can bring to it, as well as what do you know currently about its operations?
So I'll just say I'm a sociologist and I teach full time up at Curry College. I also teach at the Boston College Law School. My experience is I've taught a lot of police officers classes, most specifically around the intersectionality of racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, classism for many, many years. My primary focus in the criminal justice system has been that I brought restorative justice practices to prisons in Massachusetts, throughout Massachusetts. And the whole idea was to have those who are incarcerated, if you really want to have folks take accountability for the harm they've inflicted, then we're going to have to do it a little differently and move from this idea of just punishment to more of what I would call a healing environment. It's tough to do in a prison. I think we were pretty successful and continue to be successful. But that is asking the incarcerated to go through a process where they look at their own life and try to connect the dots of their life. What was the thing that led to thing that led to thing that has you sitting in this prison maybe for the rest of your life? Well, likewise, I work with a lot of survivors who've experienced not only personally extreme harm, but have had family members murdered. And they have continually said and spoken up that they want a different way to do this thing called criminal justice. And so my job had been to work with the incarcerated around how trauma has impacted their life, go through a process, and then bring in those impacted by harm and go through a process together. It's not for everybody, but it is certainly for some folks. Presently, I'm working with a lot of correctional officers around the issue of trauma, because I think prisons and jails are trauma-rich environments that I don't care who you are. Once you put your foot into a prison or jail, you now will experience some level of trauma in your life. And it's incredibly important to process that through. So I think I bring a lot of experience, insight, wisdom around the system of criminal justice and the correctional system. I just moved to Brookline, so I don't know the inner workings of how your commission works. But I certainly have had conversations and continue to have conversations with those in law enforcement in terms of how do you do things more transparently, effectively, relationally with community, because I think communication, transparency is critically important.
David.
Could you explain what some of your priorities are if you were to get onto the commission?
Well, I think first and foremost, the interactions between the community and the Brookline police, but also the experiences of the police officers, right? You definitely, you want to know what the experiences are of those in the community, but the officers work in that community. So what is their perspective? How can you do a better job in having everyone's perspective validated, right? I don't think, at least in my travels, often folks do not understand the difficulties of the job, say for correctional officers. But once you go through a process and explain some of the traumatic events that they will experience, I think you have a more understanding community. But there's a lot of misunderstandings among both groups, right? So that would be a key for me in terms of looking at the relationship between the community and the police.
Anybody else?
Oh,
I'll ask a similar question. First, thank you. Your resume is very impressive. I'm amazed at the number of publications that you've done and presentations and the work that you're doing. I think it's very important. But I do want to ask, similar to what I asked Joe, I'm just curious about your perspective on school resource officers. You know, generally you don't know much about Brookline. I know because you're new, but generally you may have a perspective on this, given your work and in areas of interest.
Yeah, so I certainly would want to know and have more insight into the history of that program. But if you're asking me just in general, I think the less presence of officers in schools, I'm a teacher, right? And I think the less presence of officers in schools is more effective in terms of learning. And I also think you have to think about the history of police and police officers in schools in the issue of race, right? And be mindful of what that means for students of color, Black students in particular, who are in those schools, and the history connected to very difficult issues. It doesn't mean I'm therefore saying that there isn't a place for policing and schools, but I think it has to be really thought through because it hasn't historically been effective if you listen to particularly students of color and how they feel about a presence of officers in their schools. Again, so that's what I would say.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
okay. Thank you. Thank you for applying to the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee, and we will make our decisions at a later meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. The next candidate for the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee is Christine Knopf, who's in the room with us.
Okay. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I'm Christine Knopf. I'm currently live in precinct 15, and I've lived there for 21 years. And prior to that, I lived in precinct 6 for about 10 years. So that makes me a 30-year resident of Brookline. I am a member of the Friends of Baldwin Park, Dane Park, Potterham Woods, and Sewell Park, all down the street. I'm the mother of a Brookline firefighter who has gone through Brookline Public School System, K through 12. Very proud of him. Currently, I'm a 99% retired nurse, as I periodically do some per diem assignments. Like to keep my hands in it. In addition to nursing, I have a degree in political science. I've worked on various campaigns while living in Boston. That's what drove me to get the poli-sci degree. I believe living in Brookline for 30 years gives me knowledge of the community and its values. Through the years, I've been able to build relationships with many residents. As a nurse, I have experience with crisis management, communication, and most importantly, empathy. I went into homes in a wide variety of diverse neighborhoods as a visiting nurse, into Mattapan, Roxbury, South Boston, Dorchester, and Jamaica Plain. As a senior citizen, I have a different perspective as to what this demographic may need. We now worry constantly about falling, as the statistics are not in our favor. We worry about safety, as we are more vulnerable physically and mentally. We worry about mobility, even just crossing a street. We worry about respiratory illnesses. We worry about scams. But mostly, we now have time to choose with whom and where we want to be, and this seems to be a benefit of being a mostly retired senior. As noted in my application, I'd like to see the police department with ongoing efforts to diversify the department, on ongoing or increased engagement of seniors and children. Would like to see ongoing efforts to stay current with technology to help and enhance the police in their jobs. In order to support the police officers in their day-to-day job efforts, it's important that they have access to mental health care and consistent diversity training, as the cultural and racial fabric of Brookline is changing. 30% of Brookline community are now people of color. And to our Brookline citizens, they deserve continued respect and to be supported as needed. The little anecdote that I have at the end is when I first met a police officer in Brookline, and that was when my son was about 9 or 10, riding his boom. We lived next to the high school, riding his bike around Cypress Park with his little helmet going on and on. I looked up and he was stopped by a police officer. And I said, oh, holy moly, now what? And as I walked to him, the police officer drove on, and I said to my son, what's going on? And he was grinning, showed me a ticket that he got for ice cream because he had his helmet on. Candyland, right? That's it.
Thank you, John.
Christine, thank you so much for applying for this particular commission, and thank you for that last story. I didn't know how that story was going to end.
Now what?
But
I think after that, he wore his helmet, kept riding around the bike, waiting to get stopped by another cruiser. I got another ice cream out of the deal.
that was a nice surprise ending. I'm just going to keep it short. I very much appreciated your use of the word empathy in what you just said to us. And I think you demonstrated empathy by the breadth of concerns and populations and interests that you covered, in your short statement. And those are all good things. And I didn't get a chance to ask this question of the other applicants so far, but I'll go ahead and ask it of you. have you had occasion to follow the meetings of the PCAC to kind of get a feel for what they do?
No, I've gone into the summary of their meetings.
Yep.
I was a little surprised on how long they were
Mhm.
and their outcomes and what they were talking about and how, I thought it was a lot of work.
Yeah.
For the commission.
Yeah. And you're pointing out that there is more than one way to follow what the PCAC does. There's
Yes, yes, yes.
tuning into the meetings that you can, observe through Zoom, or checking out the record of the recent meetings and their activities, which is great. And I just often in these interview processes, make a point of saying, I would love it if people came forward to apply for positions on boards, committees, and commissions, having actually gone to a few of their meetings or through some other means, gotten well acquainted with what they do. Because I shudder to think, that anybody would ever get appointed by us and then find out, what the board does and maybe change their mind. So it's a good exercise for everybody to go through, and I'm glad you went through it. That's good.
I did, I went through.
All right.
Yes, Mike.
Thank you. Thanks for applying. And one of the comments you just made was sort of caught my ear. You pointed out that Brookline's demographics have changed, that 30% of the population in town are people of color. And of course, people of color are as diverse as anything else. And I wonder how do you go from that to thinking about what the PCAC should be doing and what the police force should be doing?
Well, I've had a lot of interaction with diverse neighborhoods. I spent, most of my nursing career working in diverse neighborhoods. So I think that if we could all kind of get on the same page in some way to understand different cultures, different communities, what might work for them might not work for someone else. And I think that having ongoing diversity and having the police force be committed to diversity training along with citizens as much as we can do.
So
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay. In terms of the diversity of Brookline, how do you see the PCAC contributing to sort of breaking down barriers between different groups? I mean, because Brookline's diversity is primarily not the non-white population, is overwhelmingly Asian.
Yeah.
And that creates a lot of interesting and very difficult problems that maybe we haven't thought about as much as we should. Do you have any thoughts on how the PCAC, which is an advisory committee to the select board, can play a role in that?
Well, I think that the community and community of color, I think that they need to be aware of this commission. I mean, I was just aware of it maybe a couple years ago, and I think that the community needs to be aware because when I went online, I saw the fill out the form. And I think that that would be very helpful if people knew about the commission, knew there were steps that they could take if they had concerns with the department.
Well, were you raising?
Yeah,
your hand?
I did raise it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just playing with the glasses.
I got my vaccines this week and I can't raise my hand.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing.
Christine, thank you for coming forward. I'm going to ask the same question as I asked the other candidates. I'll be consistent this evening. SROs,
Yep,
do you have a perspective?
I think we all need to take a deep dive into that. I'm not sure what the statistics were or how it worked out when they were there. I remember it was Jen Pastor had initiated that. And are we officer friendly or are we officer intimidating? I think that needs to be established on the purpose. They're gone. I think it's been okay, but then I hear about a school shooting. And I say, oh darn, I wonder if we should have an officer in the school. So I think it needs to be established really who they are, what they're doing. And I think there's strong arguments really on both sides.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I mean, if you go look, because you were visiting the website, there's also quite a bit of history on digging into the SRO program when it was reviewed by some committee a couple of years ago. Two committees a couple of years ago. Their mission involvement in schools is not security, it's relationships and education.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I remember when I lived near the high school, seeing a police officer out in front. And again, I'm like, now what? But it was huggy, how are you? Shake, it was like the ambassador to the high school. So that seemed pretty good.
All right. Okay, thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
Thank you for applying.
Thank you.
The next applicant is Soraya Sadeghi. Soraya, I'm promoting you now. And you should be able to begin your video. There you are.
Good evening. My name is Soraya Sadeghi. I am an attorney practicing in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts since 2006. There's an admit here. Do you want me to admit this person in the waiting room?
No, don't worry about that. Just continue with your interview.
I am currently appointed by the Supreme Judicial Court for a period of 3 years from 2024 as a Board of Bar Overseers hearing officer, wherein I sit as a hearing officer for attorneys that face disciplinary action, and I hear trials, and after that I hand down discipline if necessary. I formerly taught at Northeastern Law School trial practice class with Judge Kantrowitz, who was a retired appeals court judge. I own a small private firm in the Back Bay. I focus in litigation. I have done multiple federal criminal matters. I think I have over 36 successful completions, and I have tried jury trials, civil trials. I am new to Brookline. I moved to Brookline. I purchased a home with my husband and our daughter, who's 3 years old, in February. And I would like to join the board because I think I would add a different perspective as a newcomer and someone who has experience with the law.
So, yeah. So tell me what specifically you would bring to the Police Commission's Advisory Committee, and and more generally, why you've picked out the PCAC as a committee to apply to.
I picked it out because I have experience with the legal system and I know the law very well. So I have that perspective and knowledge. I also have experience sitting on previous boards. I sat on the LRS committee for the Mass Bar Association for multiple years, and it essentially controlled the budget, and we promoted as well policies and trying to improve the Mass Bar. So I have those skills. Why I picked the police board is because it's interesting to me, and I have experience in the area of the law.
You also are applying for membership on the Board of Assessors and the another ZBA, right? Between the three, what really is your top interest?
Well, I would really like, I really wanted to be on the assessors board first, because I currently in my private practice, I deal with appraisals day in and day out. So I have a very real-time experience with that. However, I did find out that there's no more openings, so I don't think that I'm a candidate for that position at this point. My second pick was the police board because I find it interesting. And the third would be the appeals board, because it would be more law related than the other boards that I saw. And at this point, I am interested to get involved in my community and give back some resources that I have as an individual on a voluntary basis. I also am
Sorry.
ethnically diverse. I'm Iranian and German, and I am bilingual. And I think that as a female in my mid-40s with ethnic background, I will also have a different perspective when I sit on these boards.
Well,
Yep. First, welcome to Brookline.
Thank
You
you.
bring, no matter what happens tonight or in the future with other boards, you are clearly a very accomplished lawyer, and apparently a runner and soccer and a violinist and a whole host of other things that you've been able to squeeze in. But I'm going to go and I do mean that. Welcome. It's individuals like yourself and all the folks that came tonight that express an interest in our boards and commissions, whether they've been here 30 years or 6 months. We really greatly appreciate it. I did want to ask, do you have a perspective on SROs? You've heard me ask that question of the other candidates, school resource officers.
Yes, you've been consistent this evening asking that question to every candidate, I noticed. So my answer to that is I really should not give an answer to that until I have a little more information and research on the topic. I don't think I can take an opinion one way or another. It's like here at my BBO hearings, the prosecution comes in, the defense comes in, they put on their cases, and I should never prejudge anything until I have heard everything. And in the SROs, I know that they're not in place anymore, and I don't know why they were removed. I don't know how effective they were. I don't know if there's any data or if there was any data taken while they were in place to do an analysis of how positive or negative they were. So I'd like to do that first before giving an opinion.
Okay, that's
Great.
fair. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't tell you because I just don't know yet.
okay. Thank you for your interest in the PCAC and the other committees that you applied for. And we will be making our decisions at a later meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, next,
Park and Recreation Commission.
Park and Recreation Commission.
And the first candidate for interview is Juan Almagro. I believe Juan is in the room.
Good evening. My name's Juan Almagra. I moved here recently. I did, before moving here, I lived in Cambridge, and before that, I did go to high
Do you
school.
speak into the mic?
Is this better?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Is this good?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Good evening. My name's Juan Almagro. I moved here recently in June from Cambridge. And then before that, it's all over the place, but went to high school here, and I've wanted to get back to the community for a while. So, good evening.
So tell us a little bit about why you, excuse me. Give us a sense of why you're interested in being on the Park and Recreation Commission and what you can bring to that board.
Sure. So I'm interested in the Parks and Recreation Committee because as kind of a member of the community, I just really enjoy green spaces and have always been passionate about what they could bring to the community, both in a sense of kind of active spaces, meeting places, and then places to just enjoy. So having been able to experience different cities and what kind of parks and other things they offer, I would like to kind of bring some ideas and see how I could contribute.
So in your application, you mentioned that you're interested in bicycle infrastructure. Of course, that's not something the Park and Recreation Commission does, but how do you see your work on the Park and Recreation Commission contributing to the appreciation of bicycle infrastructure or other things?
Sure. I don't think while they're not directly related, I think they do kind of intersect quite a bit. Ultimately, they provide a way for people to be active. With parks, I mean, you can get there through bikes. You can, sorry, I'm all over the place. Yeah, so bicycle infrastructure could help with connecting different parks throughout the city, connecting different communities through the parks, and just increasing green spaces, depending on how you do those bicycle infrastructures.
Mike.
So a couple of the prior candidates were asked whether they had been to the Police Commission Advisory Committee meetings. Have you sat in on either via Zoom or in person on any of the Parks and Rec meetings?
As of yet, I have not.
Okay.
Okay, Paul.
I do have one question, and it is unrelated, but I'm trying to get a sense. Are you a licensed commercial pilot?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fascinating because I know I was trying to fly for a long time, and realized I was afraid of heights, and I stopped. But you're a commercial pilot.
I'm licensed. Yeah, I currently am an engineer,
Okay.
mechanical engineer, but I am licensed.
Okay, you're not afraid of heights.
I am actually afraid of heights.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with it? Once you get up there, you know.
Oh, there's a lot to do.
You can ask the SRO question.
No. Not for Park and Rec.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Smart
Of
aleck.
course. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next candidate is Rory Hollowell, who's also in the room with us.
Evening.
Evening.
Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I've always loved parks, but as I've gotten older, I've had the opportunity to see not just the parks as they change, seasonally, but as town politics and acts change, whether it was statues, EV parking, lighting, all sorts of things. And while I've actually grown up in the town of Brookline, I think I've actually grown up in Brookline's parks. I would always come home very dirty, whether from school and then going to a park or just going to a park. And my mother never liked that, but she always appreciated. And I think my buddies' friends' parents also appreciated. Even when we would come home quite dirty, we were learning things at these parks. We were having a great time. We were engaging in nature, growing up. That's what I sort of mean when I say that I grew up in these parks. I learned so much there. And still to this day, I learned so much there. And I think I've actually injured myself more at Brookline's parks, always at a fault of my own, than I have in college. I just graduated anywhere else. But funny enough, those memories of those injuries, it's actually sort of unites us. We think of this whole saga with the Lars skating rink. I know so many people, we've all lost our baby teeth there. And those memories, as painful as they were, they're sort of sweeter than they are tragic. And that's really fundamental to Parks and Rec. That's an opportunity not just to go, skating, but even just to lose your baby teeth in a place and remember it, funny enough, a little bit fondly. The stars above you, all sorts of things. And so as I mentioned, I've just graduated from Maine, where I studied the humanities, and I ran the school's environmental magazine, Fauna. I actually brought it here because in my final contribution, I have a photo of a Brookline oak and a Brookline raccoon.
Great.
This past year, I was also appointed as one of 4 Maine delegates to the National Endowment for the Arts and Humanities. There I was lobbying for increased funding on the federal level to Maine environmental publication, arts, things like that. These are things that I really enjoy. And funny enough, going to college in Maine, I never really thought that the thing that I would miss the most, besides my mother and my family, would be Brookline's parks. Maine is so big, you know, forests, mountains, trees, all those sort of things. And there are a lot of parks in Maine, but funny enough, they're a little bit quieter. You know, you're not really sharing that space with other people. And growing up in Brookline and going to Brookline's parks, there were always other people around, whether they were your friends, they had dogs, even the animals, the raccoons. And that was sort of funny, you know, having left college, now thinking about the difference between parks and programming and the effect that that can have in bringing people together and sharing spaces. Growing up, I think I always met friends at the Chipotle at Cleveland Circle, but we would most always end up bringing our burritos to one of Brookline's parks. And we even did this in the winter. And so we got a full 360, fully seasonal view of Brookline's parks. And that was kind of fun. And I think when we think about parks and recreation and getting more people out to those spaces, we have to remember that the winter's there too. And the winter provides wonderful things that the summer doesn't. The silence of the snow, the way that the sounds sort of echo across the lands, the stars. I've enjoyed, you know, not just being in Brookline's parks in the summer, but also in the winter. I'd love to join and contribute to this commission because I've always been interested in preservation and the changes that occur to green space. I've benefited so greatly from these parks. I see this as an opportunity to give back. And I've enjoyed attending many of the Parks and Rec Zooms this summer. I think the design review committees also look really interesting in terms of, you know, cooperating and getting that community input when we enact change, when we build things, when we think about taking things away. Community involvement and input is really important, and I think that's kind of fun. In college, I was involved in a lot of school politics, and we always got that community input, whether we were building a parking lot, changing somebody's view, whether there was a building involved, even co-ed bathrooms for the freshmen. You know, we always had to talk to people. And I think that's something that I would bring to this commission, that sort of centraling of community involvement and input. A lot of the ideas that we had in student government came directly just from regular students who would have been affected by some of these changes. And then we had the opportunity to workshop, to think about it. And at the end of the day, we just wanted to make people smile as best we could. And oftentimes it was fun that we could do that. And it was sort of fun to see that last week at the Putterham meeting, where you guys were exchanging ideas, knowledge, you know, working on that sort of critical language in the end to create a recommendation for Parks and Rec. And that was sort of fun. I think one interesting thing that we could do actually is bringing theater back to Lars Anderson Park. We've got these spaces, you know, many of them have programming. Lars has the rink, the fields. I used to chase geese over there. Even the Temple of Love, but I would see it as my responsibility to consider not necessarily maxing out our use of these spaces and sort of squeezing it as much as we can, but adding value in a way that doesn't detract from things, doesn't cost too much, those sort of things. You know, it's better to be used than to just sit there. And Miss Anderson, who used to own the property, used to have theater all around it. We could invite Brookline Theater, we can invite Brookline High School Theater, Brookline High Theater and Dance, performance artists to go to all sorts of Brookline parks, you know, Lars Anderson included, and that would be a way to get people who wouldn't ordinarily go to parks to those parks. And I think it's important to get people to parks and get people to parks near them, but also to get people to all the parks. What I've sort of enjoyed is going to all the different parks, you know, spending a little bit of time there, comparing them, thinking them, and looking at the different trees and the different birds and the different plants. You know, Cornell has a wonderful ornithology app that tells you what birds are singing. And if multiple birds are singing at the same time, it can still detect which birds those are. And it shows you a little photo. And that's something that sort of enhanced Brookline parks to me, because I can compare the different birds, you know, in the different parks. And I think this Lars Anderson idea is kind of similar to the Putterham golf course haunted hay rides with the firefighters. They were awfully scary, but there was always a smile behind those costumes. You know, that was a recreational activity where we were going out into these green spaces. We weren't actually affecting or detracting from them. we weren't building something, things like that, but people were coming together, community. I was getting terrified, and it was just sort of fun. And I think that we can think about these in the future.
So you've given us a pretty thorough view of why you want to be on the Parks and Rec Commission and what you can bring to it. Let me just ask you one concluding question that I found interesting and something where I found something you said interesting. Wintertime in the parks. I mean, other than cross-country skiing, what ideas do you have to sort of make winter a time for people to enjoy the parks also?
Snowshoeing, painting. I'd listen to the wind in some of the parks. I think the wind is fun and pretty to listen to. The way that the wind changes and the way that the wind is different at different parks.
Yeah.
Just the view from some parks.
Okay, great.
Great.
Thank you. We're running.
I love the parks.
Just one, Rory, thank you for your presentation. You're growing up in the parks and losing teeth. That's, but I do have one question. You just graduated from college. You were in Maine, you're back. What's next?
Hopefully, Parks and Rec, but
I hope you aspire, well, Colby, Built Academy in Colby, Park and Rec. I'm just curious about, you just came back. It is a serious question about employment opportunities. What do you see going forward, for more education or work? What's your plans?
I'm looking for opportunities really in communications and relationships. That's something that I've done inside, both within and outside of college, and also curated language and understanding how we can, effectively communicate an idea or something to whether it's a client, a potential client, or the client's kids. And we want to keep them involved in an organization or a structure, in the next generation. So the sort of strategy and relationships, it's something that I think is fun as well.
Okay,
I like
great.
it.
Thank you.
John.
Rory, thank you so much for applying. And I promise there is no right or wrong answer to this question. And if you don't want to answer it, that's okay too. Because you mentioned the decision that the select board made just recently to recommend retention of an open air ice skating rink restoration, renewal of the ice skating rink that's available at Lars Anderson Park in its current location. Uncovered. Do you think we made the right decision?
Yes, I think so. And having watched you make that recommendation at that meeting, you didn't start there. You worked up to it. You exchanged ideas, information, and the language that you ultimately came to in that recommendation, as I saw it, was slowly developed. And at the end, you focus in more on it. And so in terms of the sort of process, I think it was a wonderful process to see. But the actual choice that you make, I certainly agree with it. But I think also community involvement is important. And the people who wanted, a larger rink, it's important to hear them and to listen and to get that feedback. But then the process of deciding what happens, everybody should be involved.
And one quick additional question. Does Brookline have sufficient opportunities for squash?
Yeah. Okay.
Brookline,
No, I'm serious.
Brookline High has a wonderful squash team.
It does. Yeah, national, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
I lost to a few Brookline High players.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Roy.
Thank you.
Appreciate your application. Okay, next we have the
Nope, that's it.
Preservation Commission.
That's it for this one.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Preservation Commission's next, right?
No, that's it for this one.
Then you.
Okay.
No more
Oh,
interviews.
no more interviews.
Yes, you're
Okay.
done.
My notes are
Would
wrong.
you like to call somebody up?
It's hard.
Have someone to come up.
We were in a group.
Not you, Scott. Okay, so next we have, I'd like to push the November election items to the end. For reasons that I don't know, but we'll do it. Warrant articles, item 9 on the calendar. First, public hearings and possible vote on warrant article 3, appropriation of the Transportation Network Company funds. Who is going to present on that?
Melissa online.
Oh, okay.
Good
Melissa.
evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Article 3 is an appropriation article where the town is looking to appropriate our transportation network funds, TNC funds. These are monies coming from Uber and Lyft. 20 cents per ride is charged to these companies. And if the ride is initiated in Brookline, we get half of that money. So we are looking to appropriate $160,000, 100,000 of which is going to the Council on Aging to support their transportation program. And then if I could just give me a minute, I have to call up
Pavement
the article.
markings. Okay.
Sorry?
I was giving you a hint. The lifeline.
And then the balance is going to the, I was looking at the exact amount, the 60,000 to 66.90 going to support the pavement marking program. And Amy is here. These are recommendations of the voted by the Transportation Board as well.
Okay. Any questions, Paul?
Yep, I have a thanks, Melissa. Actually, I'm quite pleased to see the money going to subsidized transportation for older adults. Love that. And pavement markings, of course, because many of our pavement markings are fading. But I did have a question about, I thought in the past we had used TNC funds or for our audible signals with respect to traffic signals and crosswalks. Are we not doing that this year? Chaz, do we, actually, maybe this is for Chaz.
I think this might, Amy might be better equipped to
Okay.
address this one.
Are you referring to the audible signals that enable pedestrians, blind
Yes.
pedestrians to find that? Yeah. So we've actually been able to install those audible pedestrian signals at all signals in the town, save 2 intersections, I believe, that are going to be covered as part of the Washington Street project. So we're done outfitting the town.
So we're all caught up with
the one thing I will say about that is that the very first set of ones that we installed were on Beacon Street, and they're basically reaching the end of their useful life now. Some of them are malfunctioning, so we are looking to replace those. But we're looking at some leftover funding in a few accounts for similar items, and also a grant to fund those.
So Chaz, if you remember, this came up quite substantially in the past 2 years.
Yes.
We got a number of complaints about the audible pedestrian signals, APSs, not functioning.
Yes.
We didn't have the little remote that we needed to program them. We had to acquire one, remember?
That's right.
I'm surprised to hear that. So we've replaced
them.
Everything's been done. It's all up to new technology.
My understanding. We've replaced what we need to replace, but as Amy pointed out, we're now at the point where some of the ones we replaced earlier are at the end of their life. So we're going to have to.
2 years.
No, I mean, it's not. So we didn't do that. So the ones on Beacon Street were, yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Amy.
I thought I heard him say 2 years, but it's 10 years.
10 years.
So not that quick.
Those ones were done earlier. In fact, they were some of the only ones that were done.
Okay. All right. That was my question. Thank you.
John.
I love that, any funding that comes in the direction of transportation assistance for seniors. Let me just stipulate that. However, I just have a question because the language seems clear to me. Appropriate this money to address the impact of transportation network services on municipal roads, bridges, and other transportation infrastructure. Are we stretching the allowed use of these funds by applying them to subsidizing transportation for seniors?
No, I don't believe that we are. I think that this program has been supported by TNC funds for a number of years. We submit annual reports to the state, but also I think that the Senior Center made a compelling argument in front of the Transportation Board on the impact of Uber and Lyft and their ability to navigate around town with the loss of the taxi industry. So there is, a synergy here that I think that they've been able to kind of show the need and why they need these funds to help support the program.
Thanks for the answer.
Okay, this is a public hearing. So let's open the public hearing, see if anyone wants to speak.
There is no one who signed up in advance. If there's anyone who wishes to speak on this matter in the room, please approach the podium. Okay, if there's anyone online who would like to speak on the matter, if you could raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. There are approximately 34 participants online and no one is using the raise the hand feature at this time.
Thank you. So we'll close the hearing. And unless anyone objects, I'd like to propose that we vote. And is there anything that anyone wants to think about over the next week or so? Okay. I move favorable action on warrant article 3, appropriation of transportation network company funds. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Are you here for the next one also? No, that's actually.
The petitioners are online.
Leibowitz. Okay.
I'm-
On Article 4, accept Chapter 59, Section 5N of the general laws, allowing for the creation of a Veterans Tax Work-Off Reduction Program.
Yes.
So do we have the petitioners?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think my co-petitioner Neil Gordon should be online as well.
I have promoted Maria as well. Maria should be able to start video.
So Maria's Article 17, my co-petitioner.
Sorry, thank you. Let
no
me promote Neil Gordon. There we go. Neil, you've been promoted. Sorry about that.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much, Tiffany. I'll get us started with.
By the way, thank you for joining with Neil Gordon. It just shows that even in Brookline, we can come together, even though we have
Absolutely
diverse opinions
Absolutely.
on various things.
Just thinking that.
Please do a screen capture.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
This is like
you and
good
Mary were
public
in or
policy unites us all, and that's always encouraging. And thank you for those words, Bernard. I couldn't agree more. So I'll start off with a brief overview of what the article proposes, and then I'll turn it over to Neil to offer some thoughts of his own. Very simply, this article is essentially enabling legislation to accept the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5N. And what this will authorize the town to do is to create a veterans tax work-off program, very similar in nature to the senior tax work-off program that's been in operation in Brookline since 2008. At a high level, eligible veterans or a designee from their family would be empowered to apply for a slot in the program, potentially be placed in a position with a town department, and be eligible to work up to 125 hours of volunteer service annually for a prorated abatement set at an hourly rate of the state minimum wage, which takes you to a maximum annual abatement of $1,875 as established under state law. The implementation of this program, we believe, would closely mirror the senior tax work-off program, with the major difference being that the Department of Veterans Services would take on the role played in the senior program currently by the Council on Aging, and that role being promoting awareness of the program, recruiting potentially applicants to the program, overseeing the application process, and then assisting with placing the program participants in various roles throughout the town government. And I do want to just briefly note that these functions have very similar functions, I should say, were previously carried out by DVS through an internship program they ran for about a decade between about 2010 and 2020 that placed eligible veterans, again, in kind of volunteer roles in different town departments. And there are existing materials, procedures, and brochures that have been developed by the Council on Aging for the senior work-off program that I believe could be easily adapted to the veterans analog program. In terms of how this might work, the finance department, just like the senior program, would likely process and issue the abatements in conjunction with the supervising town departments of program participants. And we expect this would very minimally increase the administrative burden placed on the finance department because there's already this path created for implementing the senior program. And I do just want to reiterate that this article is only enabling legislation. Many of the program specifics are left to the implementing body, in this case, the select board, which include the number of slots created for the veterans program, the maximum allowed abatement level within the confines of the state law, who could be named as the veteran's designee, be it a surviving spouse or child, and preferential or the implementation potentially of preferential selection criteria such as mean test. So these would all be left to the purview of the select board if this article is approved by town meeting. And finally, I'll conclude by just saying we expect the fiscal impact of this program to be very minimal. Even a program with 10 slots set at the maximum abatement level would be estimated only to cost roughly $30,000 annually, and that's including both the abatement amounts and the administrative and staff costs based on the costs incurred by the COA for administering the senior program. And finally, I just note we did receive last night the unanimous, or near unanimous, I should say, 5-0 with one member not voting, recommendation for favorable action from the advisory committee's Health Human Services Subcommittee. And I just note that that committee report and the full AC report, I think, will go into great detail exploring some of those design elements. So should the article pass, I would encourage you to review both reports as you make your decisions there. And with that, I will toss it over to my co-petitioner, Neil Gordon.
Alec, thank you, and thank you to the select board. I'm Neil Gordon. I'm a Precinct 1 town meeting member of the advisory committee. I'm a Vietnam veteran, member of the VFW. Alex noted twice, and I'm going to say one more time, this warrant article is enabling legislation to authorize the select board to establish a program. It doesn't design the program. It doesn't set parameters. You may or may not start with the parameters that are in place for the senior work-off. You can tweak it to your heart's content. It's a program that would belong to the select board. I think that Alec was generous in conservative budgeting as to what this might cost. I'll note that income eligible veterans who are age 60 plus, senior veterans, are already eligible for the senior work-off program. Alec reached out to me in preparing to bring this article and asking for co-sponsorship. And my number one concern, which continues, is that I do not want to dilute the effectiveness of the current senior work-off program. I don't want to pit veterans against seniors, seniors against veterans, or anybody else in town that way. I believe this is a valuable incremental program that will help. Alec may not say younger veterans, but I'll say younger, those who are not yet 60 years old. My guess, if you established a pilot program, the number of participants is likely to be 1 to 3. 1 to 2 would be my tighter guess. The senior work-off program started with a pilot. You might start in the same place. Alec noted the subcommittee last night went into considerable detail about how we might design a program and what the details might look like. And the comment I made is, let's define who the we might be, because the we are not the petitioners nor the advisory committee, subcommittee, nor the advisory committee. The we is you, and you have the flexibility. And we did not bring this other than as enabling legislation. I suspect there's work to do. Alec and I are willing to help you participate actively, but I suspect that there'll be work and review and hearings and the like. Again, I thank Alec for reaching out, and I thank the select board for its consideration. And I'd like a vote of recommendation of favorable action. Thank you.
Oh,
Yep. Thank you. First, thank you, Neil and Alec, for working together on this. I appreciate it. I have a couple of, first, is this the form of a resolution or is it a bylaw? What?
So this would be a bylaw. This is the accepting of the state general law, Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5N.
And is the only way for that to be done is to have town meeting accepted, or could it be done by an action of the select board?
So this requires town meeting, the acceptance of the legislature.
It does. Okay. So that was my first. I get a couple of questions, Bernard. So thanks for clarifying that. And then Neil, I'm glad you brought up that you were concerned and wouldn't want to dilute the senior work-off program, because that is really important. And in your opinion, it wouldn't, but of course that would depend on how you design it. Of course, the details would be I guess, if you're saying it's just one or two, because the others may be seniors that could fit into the senior work off. I do wonder about the positions, I know that having the slots available for seniors to do the senior work has always been an issue. Do we have enough jobs to fill or positions to be filled? Is an important question that I think is asked when we're designing the senior work-up program, right? Because it's not only do you have enough slots, but you have the capacity to process everybody that's asking for them and then overseeing them, because it's an administrative piece. Chaz, I'm going to ask you, do you have any insight into that, or
I mean, as Neil said, we don't think the additional the additional upkeep that we would need to run this would be so significant, given the relatively low uptick we would see. If there was a sudden run on it, we would obviously take a look at that, and we would be able to adjust the program accordingly. We wouldn't create a program that would lead to capacity issues. We would want to be sure that we would be responsive to the conditions we're seeing on the ground. And I will say, Veteran Services is one of our, strongest person-to-person divisions.
Right.
Bill McGrady,
He's good.
and his team have, personal contacts with a lot of the, I would say pretty much every veteran in town, who want to be in contact with him. He knows what the lay of the land is, and he knows what the likely uptick of this will be. So
Okay.
I'm not concerned here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is I'm sorry, John, did you have a question?
If I may, yeah. Just further on Paul's question. Do we approach this as it currently exists by essentially saying we have 30 openings for volunteers who qualify under this program, and then open it up to people to apply and take the first 30 that apply?
So we'll have to see how we structure this. I don't want it to be, as Neil put out, I don't want it to be a zero-sum game, right? I don't want it to be a situation where we have a waiting list, and it's pitting two groups against one another. I would want us to be clear that we were providing the appropriate amount of capacity for the separate program,
Yeah.
so that we're not creating that sort of situation where
Yeah.
there's a mixed pool.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Can we open the public hearing, Tiffany?
Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this item? Regina Frawley? Yes, is there anyone online who would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. There are approximately 34 participants online, and no one is using the raise the hand feature at this time. Regina?
Regina Frawley, a town meeting member from precinct 16 and a senior and a user of the senior center. I had a few things I still want to say, but I must say that several things were left out, and I attended the meeting last night. But what the town administrator said was very concerning, because a big part of the testimony last night is that there are no jobs openings at town hall in particular. There are very few that when they've been approached, the department heads have been less than enthusiastic about it. And I believe the current number of 33 tax worker people, 27 have been graciously given jobs at the senior center because there were no jobs. Prior to COVID, there were more jobs. But what was mentioned by the director, Ruth Ann Dobeck, was that there's been such a turnover in staff and a lot of people who have no experience with how things were working. And so that hasn't really happened as something people could do more jobs. So we'd love the town administrator to, and this was brought up privately after the meeting, that the town administrator could instruct all the department heads to make an effort to see if there's ways and slots that people could make a contribution. That's a leadership thing that could make a big difference for the opening of back in the various programs. Okay, so that's one thought. There's a lot of significant difference between what's being proposed, and that was on the camera last night, The senior program is restricted. If you don't complete half the hours, you don't get a dime. So there's a threshold that is not being applied to this. That could be changed by the select board in implementing this, but just to call it to your attention, that's a major difference. What else did I write down? I asked last night about the skill set and I never got an answer because Alex said that there would possibly be different skill sets. And I asked, could you tell us about it? Never got answered. And I wanted to know as well, what
You have 30
departments might
seconds.
have been approached and asked about the availability of jobs for this program. So that's another thing. And over and over and over, it was about how few jobs there were. So if there's a big effort for the veterans to get it, it would almost weigh it differently. The other and final question I wish you would ask the petitioners, in the questionnaire.
That concludes your time.
In the questionnaire, Alex said, just this last point, in the questionnaire, Alex said that the program would actually be conjoined. But testifying last night, he said, no, they'll be separate. It'll be in the under the veterans. Could you ask him as well why he said one
he's
thing?
He's heard and he can answer. So,
I'm
thank
sorry?
you. Thank you.
Yeah, he heard your question.
Yeah, I'd be happy to speak to that if that's of interest to the board. So just to clarify, at no point did we claim that the program would necessarily be jointly administered with the senior tax program. What I did note before the advisory committee is that some municipalities that have both programs in operation have chosen to do that. Going back to Chaz's comments, me personally, and I wholeheartedly agree with Neil. I would want to see these programs likely administered separately to ensure that we're not pitting, veterans and seniors against each other for a limited number of slots. So by no means is that requisite for the programs. Just merely wanted to note that some communities have chosen to do it that way. As to the skill set, we did discuss that at the subcommittee hearing last night. I fielded that question to Bill McGroarty, who provided some specific examples that his department had observed through the internship program that I made reference to earlier, that in particular, the veteran community possesses certain engineering skill sets and IT skill sets that have been very valuable in the past through that internship program, and that would likely make it somewhat more manageable to find placements for them. And in fact, in our conversations with with Ruth Ann Dobeck through the drafting process for this article, she had mentioned to me that there were potentially more slots even available at the senior center, which is where the majority of senior work-off applicants or program participants rather are currently placed. But I think, as Regina rightly notes, there were a wide variety of town departments that were hosting senior work-off program participants before COVID. There's an exhaustive list of them, but they include the Select Board Office, the Department of Public Health, the Putterham Library, the Public Schools of Brookline. The list goes on and on. So I think with some concerted effort, certainly, if we see an uptick of interest in the veterans program, or even an uptick in interest in the senior program, I think it would be worthwhile for the board and for department heads to explore where we might create more work-off slots. But I would not characterize the discussion last night as being, we're shutting the door on the notion that we've reached the maximum number of slots. I don't find that to be accurate based on the pre-COVID experience.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment?
There are no other individuals raising their hand at this time, and we have about 35 participants online.
Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Any questions from the select board? Yeah, Paul.
I don't think I have a question, but I do think when we write up the report, we should note, some of the concerns about when the program, should it pass, the design should be very conscious of capacity of jobs, how they're allocated. We don't want to create a situation where we're creating one group against another. I think that is really important. I appreciate that the petitioners are not dictating to us what the program should be, and allowing the staff and the select board to craft a program that, you know, certainly should be integrated and taken into full consideration as to what's going on with the senior tax workout program. So I'm inclined to support this, you know, with us writing up the guidance, or at least the recommendations, suggestions, things to look out for when we submit our report.
Okay, I'd like to put off the vote on this one for our next meeting unless anyone, you know, desires to vote now. I think there are enough issues that have been raised that we should, you know, give ourselves the time to just think them through and make sure we're fully informed. So. Okay, so moving on to the next item, warrant Article 17, petition for a special act allowing the town to disqualify bidders that engage in the design, manufacture, or maintenance of nuclear weapons.
Yes. And since I'm
You
sure
don't like nukes either, huh?
well, since I'm sure you're all sick of hearing from me by this point in the evening, I will turn this over to my co-petitioner, Maria Udalova, who is a senior at Brookline High School and a passionate advocate for environmental sustainability and nuclear disarmament. And if possible, I will share my screen to pull up slides. One moment. All right. Is that visible?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Take it away. Is that visible?
Yes.
Yes. All right.
Okay, and you have no more than 5 minutes, so.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, this is warrant Article 17, which should be a home rule petition to disqualify nuclear weapons companies from bidding on town contracts. Alec, if you could do the next slide. So why disqualify nuclear weapons companies? Well, it's one of the most powerful ways that a municipality like Brookline can put pressure on the profiteers of nuclear proliferation companies. It's by publicly refusing to do business with them. So by deciding to not contract for or purchase any of these goods or services from a company that's also involved in the nuclear weapons industry, a municipality can vote with their dollars and send a powerful signal to the entire industry. So Brookline has actually supported nuclear disarmament in the past. In 2018, Brookline passed the warrant Article 35, or the Back from the Brink resolution, which resolved that the town of Brookline, Massachusetts calls upon our federal leaders and our nation to embrace and sign the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and make nuclear disarmament a centerpiece of U.S. national security policy. So Brookline should take steps to uphold this commitment and act where possible. And by passing this warrant article, it would be upholding that commitment to nuclear disarmament. Slide, please. This initiative has also been previously successful, specifically in Massachusetts. Northampton City Council passed an identical home rule petition that was approved by the legislature and signed into law in July of 2020. And around the country, several other municipalities have also taken the same action to disqualify nuclear weapons companies from contract bids, including in Oakland, California, Marin County, California, and Tacoma Park, Maryland. So Article 17 proposes, well, it actually seeks authorization for the town of Brookline to disqualify the companies that manufacture and maintain nuclear weapons from bidding for town contracts. And Alex spoke with the town's finance director, and he was not aware of any specific contracts in place with companies active in the nuclear weapons industry. And it wasn't deemed likely that the town maintains many contacts with these companies currently. And as part of the current contracting process, bidders are required to complete an attestation form that collects relevant information about their bid and company. So specifically, warrant Article 17. Next slide, please. To implement it, the director suggested that a future nuclear disqualification policy would just require future bidders to declare if they are manufacturers or maintainers of nuclear weapons in the process of submitting a bid and completing their attestation for for a contract with the city or the town, I guess. And a policy would only be required to future contracts. It wouldn't be applied retroactively to existing town contracts. And like in Northampton, there could be exceptions to bidder disqualification if a situation arises where exception is necessary. So please vote favorable action. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, I don't think anyone's going to object to not working with nuclear weapons producers, even though we haven't used nuclear weapons in war since the Second World War, and we do use 2,000-pound bombs all over the place. But I still, I still am favorably inclined to the warrant article. David, you had
I do have a question. So certainly I understand what you're saying, Bernard, about opposing nuclear weapons. I think we all do, or mostly do. But my question would be, how are we defining nuclear weapon? Are we defining it as any potential material that gets used toward a nuclear weapon? I know we had an explanation of that, but I'm just wondering where the line is drawn and how wide sweeping could this potentially be in terms of who we would be prohibited from working with?
Yeah, it's a great question, David. And I think it returns to kind of the theme of the night for warrant articles, which is I think the way to view this home rule petition is also as enabling legislation. Just we in kind of looking what the town could feasibly do to take concrete policy action in this space. The Northampton home rule petition provided, I think, kind of the only real legal avenue that we could find for this kind of translating our values into policy on this issue. And so, in consulting with State Rep Tommy Vitolo, we were strongly advised to stick to the language that Northampton had received approval from the legislature for. And that's exactly what we've done. And the way that has worked both in Northampton and the way it would work in Brookline is we are simply asking through this warrant article for essentially being allowed to apply an additional criterion to the already municipally or state prescribed municipal contracting process created under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30B. So, some of these specific questions would again come back to this board for discussion and ultimate approval. I will say in our discussions with Lincoln Heineman, I think we as petitioners agree with Lincoln that, there has to be a reasonable line drawn somewhere. And for instance, it's not our intention as petitioners to say disqualify third-party companies who might do business separately with these weapons manufacturers, or companies or individuals who might, say, hold investment holdings from these companies, potentially in index funds in their pension holdings. So our main focus here is using this authority to just prevent, and it's a list of essentially 13 companies, from being eligible to bid for these town contracts. So we would want this authority, I think our vision is for it to be used very, very specifically and in some, a small number of cases. We're not looking to cast that too wide of a net, for fear of, disrupting town operations. So that's certainly not our intention.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. Tiffany, can we open the public hearing?
Yes. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak on this item? Regina Frawley?
Thank you, Regina Frawley from Precinct 16.
Could you keep your headphones away from the mic?
I beg pardon?
Could you just keep your headphones away from the microphone? We're getting a little feedback from your headphones near the mic. If you could keep, just a little further away from the microphone. We're getting feedback online. Sorry.
Wait a minute. I have to also be able to put it on quickly to hear you.
Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, thank you. I'm worried about the inconsistency of town meeting. everyone here knows that the number one reason that somebody tabled and town meeting mostly voted to table, meaning no discussion whatsoever on the Palestinian issue. And the number one reason that was said online and by many organizations in town was we shouldn't be voting on international issues. In fact, we're going to be caucusing in to see if somebody wants to apply, and that question has been put on the questionnaire. How do you feel about dealing with issues at town meeting that involve international policies? So here we are. That's a non-binding resolution that was proposed and will be again proposed for this town meeting. And here we are, a binding resolution, a binding bylaw on a very international, global, galactic issue. There's no logical consistency here. If we're going to say we don't do it over here, why are we doing it over here? So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers online who wish to speak? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. Iris Alpert, I'm promoting you now. You can start your video if you're comfortable and begin your 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't need 3 minutes. I'm just curious about if we can see a list of those companies, the 13 companies that have been listed as non-bidders.
Thank you.
I take it that that is in the materials that the petitioners have put online.
It's not.
But it's not.
It is not in the warrant article itself, but we can certainly get that list to you if that's helpful.
Okay, thank you.
And I will note, it's a small list of predominantly defense contracting companies.
I see a list on page 2 of the warrant article in the description. Companies that operate in Massachusetts are Ecom, BEA Systems, Jacobs Engineering, Leidos, General Dynamics, Honeywell, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon Technologies, Charles Stark Draper Lab, Serco Group, and Textron.
Yes, thank you, Chad. Sorry, that wasn't a footnote, so my
That's a
apologies.
footnote. Right.
Well, that's online. Paul.
So I guess I'm going to disagree with you that this is a slam dunk, Bernard. I'm sorry. You said it. What you said. You said, how could anybody argue against this? Well, I'm going to argue against it. Well, I have questions. I'm not arguing against it.
I came back at the right time. Thank you.
So, it's not just a list of companies, it's subsidiaries, right? If they're a holding company, this is a this could be a pretty extensive list of companies that we can't do business with that actually might be involved in aspects of nuclear energy or components or whatever. They provide other services that are important for us for sustainability. So I have a lot of questions about what is the universe of companies that I'm gonna talk for a little bit, Mike.
Okay.
That this would include. I don't believe that it's just this list of companies that Chaz just rattled off. That's the first issue. The second thing is if you're saying, well, we don't do any business with any of these companies already, then why are we going to take the time of the legislature to go do this? In the time of town meeting to go do this? I don't understand. We filed a water rebate program for seniors, and it was argued at town meeting that we shouldn't waste the time of the legislature because there wasn't enough detail. So I'm going to agree with Ms. Frowley that there's quite a bit of inconsistency. And I'll tell you where I'm worried about this leading. If something like this passes, we will see a similar type of legislation. I'd be worried about it against Israel, that we can't do any business with any company that does business with Israel. We've seen quite a bit of that in the news, the protests with colleges. And I would be very concerned as to where this is going. I don't know if this can be handled by policy, Chaz, or if because it's it's bidding that on contracts, you have to do this type of thing, but I am not convinced that this is a direction that we should be going in to feel good. I'm worried about it and the impact on the town, its ability to function, and also what it may lead to other types of enabling legislation, specifically against Israel, which I'd be very worried about.
Mike.
You want to speak? Say
I mean, in response to Paul's comment, no, we would need legislation to do this. Yeah.
I do want to point out that Honeywell is a major manufacturer of HVAC control equipment. I'd be really surprised if there's no Honeywell equipment in this building. I think that one of the difficulties that Paul raises is that these are corporations that, in many cases, some of them aren't, but in many cases, corporations do all sorts of things. Boeing makes missiles. They also make passenger aircraft. There's this sloshing from commercial to military that is sloshing is the wrong word. It's the crossover. You take skills that you developed in one area and move them to another. It's a natural thing for a corporation to do. It's good actually for the economy, and we end up with better HVAC controls as a consequence of some of the things that Honeywell has done with cabin pressure control systems for aircraft, something that I've actually consulted in. So I agree that this is not, it's well-meaning, but not thought through. I think it is something that the legislature will file in the circular file. And I doubt very much that our state representatives will be interested in getting it out. And I think we're, honestly, I think we lose something when we file a piece of legislation that ends up in that file.
John. Sorry, Chair, did you?
No, I was putting John, sorry.
You just pointed to me. Thank you, Paul, for your comment. Thank you, Mike, for your comment. And with all due respect to our chair, I'm going to agree with Paul and Mike. I think we have.
I haven't stated it.
Okay.
I just made an observation.
Okay.
Nuclear weapons have not been used, and 2,000-pound bombs have.
I'll grant you that. I'm just going to cite a specific about why sending this to the legislature would be extremely unrealistic expectation that they would actually approve it. One of the companies cited in that footnote that we referenced just a couple minutes ago is Raytheon Technologies Corporation. So we would essentially be asking the legislature to enable Brookline to discriminate against Raytheon in terms of our awarding of contracts. So Raytheon employs 15,000 workers in Massachusetts. Our congressional delegation has been known to occasionally take credit for and to celebrate winning federal funds in support of Raytheon research and development of various, sometimes weapons, to be honest with you. Raytheon developed the Patriot missile. So if we think that the legislature is going to say, on the one hand, we love it when we get money from the federal government for Raytheon. We love it when Raytheon employs people, but let's approve Brookline saying that municipalities shouldn't do business with Raytheon. It's not going to happen. And we have been given ample advice from at least one of our state reps, Tommy Vitolo, that when Brookline Town Meeting sends to the state legislature these home rule petitions that are going to go nowhere, it undercuts the ability of our state representative to do serious work in the legislature. So I just can't see voting for this.
May I briefly respond to some of the points that have been raised?
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to state for the board that, as to the question of can this feasibly pass the legislature, it already has. Northampton's identical language was passed by the legislature and signed into law by the governor in 2020. So we have a recent example of this exact program, including, its potential implications for Raytheon, passing the legislature, only a handful of years ago. And in fact, that was one of the reasons Rep. Vitolo encouraged us to adopt that language, should we decide to move forward with this. The only other point I just wanted to raise in response to Mike's earlier point is in the communities where these policies have been put into practice, it is routine that certain exemptions be included in these policies. Again, as I mentioned earlier, this is enabling legislation. Given the path that had already been established through the legislature, we didn't want to put necessarily additional program specifics into it that might complicate that passage. But the enabling language itself does say that notwithstanding Chapter 30B or any other general or special law to the contrary, the town of Brookline may disqualify from an award of a contract, a bidder, et cetera. So we are not setting ourselves in a position where we would be required in all cases to disqualify these bidders. And in fact, I'm the petitioners, in addition to the other communities that have done this, have supported exemptions, for instance, for critical functions or goods or services the town might need to employ, for which there are not available substitutes. So, were it the case that Honeywell had some HVAC technology that we thought was really valuable to the electrification process in Brookline, I would expect that common sense exemptions would allow us to contract for that capability. So, we're trying, I think, to strike the balance between translating what, our stated community values are into policy, while also not backing ourselves into a corner where we won't have the flexibility to still attend to critical town functions.
Mike.
So what's the point?
Thank you.
If we're going to have exceptions to suit ourselves, what are we doing here?
Well, the point is, I think, as has been borne out by our, investigation into the current town contracts that we hold and in these other communities, the point is many of the services and goods that these companies provide that are of interest to municipalities have readily available substitutes. So my expectation is these exemptions would be edge cases. They would not be the rule, they'd be the exception to the rule. In reality, the majority of goods and services that are provided by these companies have, our understanding is they have substitutes available on the market. So again, this just gets back to providing ourselves flexibility under Chapter 30B to everywhere possible live our values, if that makes sense, Mike.
I think we're not providing ourselves with flexibility. We're providing ourselves with something that makes some people feel good with absolutely no effect.
So doesn't town meeting always, I think the word is, or phrase is, virtue signal? We're so just wonderful that.
Right.
Well, but I think there's important, there's things that we do at town meeting that send a signal about values. And you go, okay, thank you. And then there's things that can actually do damage. Again, the legislature is going to get something from us. We're actually saying we don't do business with any of these companies. I mean, talk about an exception. Like have we ever? And to take the time. And again, it could limit in the future. I can't support placing a limit on something that doesn't exist today. That isn't a concern. It's not happening. It's never been brought as a resolution to say, hey guys, could you go investigate whether you're spending money with nuclear arms? We're just not.
Okay. David, do you have anything to say here?
Yes,
everyone has spoken.
I think this does tie back to my initial question about how wide a net we would cast. We're hearing that there would be certain exclusions, which gets to Mike's point. If we're going to have all these exclusions, then what's the point? Something else I want to raise that John touched on is the issue of bandwidth and credibility with the state legislature. I hear that Northampton's went through, but even so, there is a limit to the capacities of people to pursue home rule petitions. And I think we want to be judicious about what it is that we send to our state legislature. And if this is not something that's going to have any practical impact, then it seems to me it shouldn't be a priority, irrespective of one's values as to the underlying merits. Just if it's not something that's going to have a meaningful impact, let's focus on what will.
Okay, so, John.
Just as a follow-up, because I thank Alex on the one hand for educating me that Northampton actually did get a bill through, but it sounded like in his explanation, what I heard was, and Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, that Northampton's approach did not include, for example, specifics such as it would include as a prohibited entity, Raytheon. Ours might, and for now, at least in a footnote of an explanation of this article, does include Raytheon. But if I heard Alex correctly, we would probably make an exception for Raytheon and other companies in practice. So, whether Northampton got something through the legislature or not, it doesn't sound like anybody got something through the legislature that in a meaningful way actually takes aim at companies that are involved in nuclear weapons production, except in cases where it is of no consequence to Massachusetts to prohibit doing business with a company we weren't going to do business with anyway.
Okay, so it's an interesting conversation. People want to wait another week before we vote on this and or let all of these ideas percolate through our brains? Or do you want to just?
I think it's helpful for the other bodies to hear our opinion on this.
Pardon me?
I think it would be helpful for other boards and commissions that are going to hear this article, understand where the select
So
boards.
you want to vote?
I think we can vote tonight.
Okay. So I hear that the vote would be no action.
I think we still need to close the public hearing officially.
Closed.
No, we did not.
Public hearing is closed. I move no action on warrant article 17, petition for special act allowing the town to disqualify nuclear weapons manufacturers. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Next, boards and
Bernard,
committees.
can I say one thing real
Sure.
quick?
Real
In the past, when we've had, some folks bring articles from the high school, they've interpreted that we don't want to do what they want to bring forward automatically. And that's not the case here. Actually, I appreciate that a thoughtful article, they took the time to bring it forward. And that's greatly appreciated. It's just not a great fit for the town, this particular legislation. So I just want to say that and say thank you to the individual.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, boards and commission, I'm sorry, where are we? The annual reports, Chair of the Small Business Development Committee will present the annual report of
Thank
that
you.
committee.
Thank you for
Thank
my
you.
technical assistance too. Good evening, select board members. I am delighted to present the annual report from the Small Business Development Committee. My name is Ailish Gilligan, and I am the chair of the Small Business Development Committee. I joined in 2022 and became chair in 2023. I am a local business owner. I have owned and operated the Public House in Washington Square for 22 years. I'm also a resident and a proud parent of 2 BHS students. I joined this business committee because I believe in the potential of our town to become even more of a hub for entrepreneurs and small business owners. As someone who experiences the challenges every day and rewards from running a small business in the town, I feel like I have firsthand experience on how we can improve. A goal of mine in joining this committee is to advocate for policies that truly reflect the need of local businesses and to foster greater engagement between business owners and our community. I am passionate about ensuring that our town remains a place where businesses not only survive, but also thrive. So, oh, my arrow's not moving. think we're stuck, Tiffany. Do you want me to use this instead?
Sorry, give me just a second. It's not advancing correctly. There it goes.
Okay. I think, oh, perfect. So before we dive into the work that we've accomplished, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the members of our Small Business Development Committee. We have a diverse group of local business owners and professionals, each bringing their own unique expertise and perspectives to the table. Our committee includes representatives from industries ranging from retail to marketing, hospitality to nonprofit, ensuring that we have a well-rounded understanding of the needs and challenges facing different sectors of our local economy. This diversity allows us to craft initiatives that benefit a broad spectrum of businesses within our community. Together, this group brings passion for supporting small business and a dedication to the growth and success of our local community. Here is the mission, which is kind of small. I don't know if you can read that. And quite detailed, so I can just summarize it for you here. This committee aims to identify and propose solutions to various challenges that small businesses are facing. These may include rising rent, which can strain a business's ability to remain in a physical presence in a competitive or gentrifying area, regulatory restrictions that may create hurdles for small business to operate efficiently, comply with local laws, or expand, parking access, which affects customer foot traffic and overall accessibility, which is a key concern, especially for brick and mortar businesses, commercial displacement, where small businesses are pushed out due to urban development or changes in local economies, or other headwinds referring to any additional economic, social, or policy-related challenges that hinder the growth and stability of small business. By tackling these areas, the committee strives to create more favorable environment for small businesses to grow, ensuring that they can overcome these obstacles and continue contributing to the local economy. This is about our early years, which I have to tell you, I was not a committee member until late 2023. I believe the chair was Raul Fernandez during its inception and during the early days. I do believe I received a lot of information as a small business owner in town during the COVID pandemic from this group. They were faced with unprecedented challenges at this time as a committee. Local businesses were dealing with uncertainty, sudden closure, rapid changing health regulations. And despite all of these obstacles, the committee committed to meeting weekly to respond to the needs of the business community. One of their key efforts during this time was organizing and distributing local rapid relief resources. They worked diligently to ensure business owners were aware of how to access financial aid, grants, and other forms of assistance. In addition, they provided clear information on evolving health guidelines, helping businesses remain compliant and safe. By maintaining regular communication, they kept local businesses connected and informed during a period of crisis. And here is what we have worked on in 2023. We had in-depth discussion with economic development about their 5-year strategic work plan. We looked at our monthly ARPA-funded projects, storefront surveys. We discussed the MBTA Communities Act. We discussed new regulations that Mass DEP instigated for organic waste. The threshold was reduced, which meant a lot more restaurants now had to compost. We discussed SOFA, the digital marketing platforms that are usually all around the town. And we also discussed parking and meter rate increase and how that might impact local businesses. This year, we have also been very busy. We have discussed commercial area bicycle parking, reusables in restaurants that would involve people actually ordering takeout containers that would be reused in restaurants when you order takeout. Small business resilience grant presentation, pop-up store discussion, parklet locations, outdoor dining, Washington Street Complete Street project, and also we've organized a discussion with our town administrator, updated guidelines with economic development about outdoor dining program, and also address the 2 a.m. extension on liquor licenses. These are remaining topics of concern that we still are focused on streamlining and dealing with, and that's business licensing and streamlining, outdoor dining, and commercial area parking, which is obviously a hot topic at the moment. So as I won't go on, I'll conclude because I know you're under pressure for time. So as I conclude, I just do want to thank all the individuals and teams who have been instrumental in our efforts to support and enhance small business. First, to my fellow members of the committee, whose dedication and countless hours that they've volunteered to this cause are deeply appreciated. The progress we've made would not have been possible without their insight and commitment. A special thanks to our Vice Chair, Ann Myers, for her constant expertise, and for our Select Board member, Representative John Van Soyek, whose guidance has been invaluable and steers our discussion and aligns our goals with the broader vision of the town. I also want to thank the team at Economic Development, whose organizational skills and attention to detail keep us on track and should make sure that all our efforts are well coordinated. Lastly, thanks to town administration for your openness and willingness to engage in conversations with local businesses. Your approachability and receptiveness to addressing problems has made a real difference in creating a supporting environment for our local entrepreneurs.
Great, thank you. I take it your report will be on your website?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe we're uploading it. Yes.
Please make sure it is.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you for serving. I have a quick question. Could you name, based on your experience in serving on the board and all of the long list of things that you've covered, 2 things that we should be doing more of for small businesses in Brookline, and 2 things that we should be doing less of?
I think we've addressed one major issue, and that would have been the onboarding and streamlining of applications. That's a very antiquated system.
Licensing, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
The online portal is not very user friendly, and we've discussed this, and I know Tiffany is working hard on improving that. I think that's a positive move. I think a shift in town culture a little bit would be good. I feel like during COVID, there was a lot of disconnection between business owners in the town in various ways. And I feel as companies have adjusted their company culture post-COVID, I feel it would benefit the town if we were looked at not as commercial entities, but as a real valuable asset to the town, and that we can all engage in productive conversation in an easier way, not just through this committee, but maybe through feedback loops where we could, send information and get responses accurately and quickly, things like that. That's positive. Also, guaranteeing parking is a very important part of why I do business in Brookline. When you think of accessibility, I look at, who can get to my business on the train? Is there parking to support a customer base? These are things that we need to focus on preserving.
Okay, so you gave 3 things that we should do more of.
Yeah.
What are the 2 things that we should stop doing so much of?
I'm going to get into trouble for that.
No, this is a safe place.
There's arbitrary policies that I think are redundant. Logos on umbrellas, whether you're doing outdoor seating, is redundant. Those umbrellas are very expensive, often donated by beer companies or liquor companies or whoever. And I don't see the point in having a policy where we cannot use those. I believe we're addressing that later though, aren't we? That's one thing that's bothersome. The other thing is just a more of approachability, like who are we talking to? Who has the answers? When I'm asking a question on the portal, I do not know who is responding, and that's frustrating. So I think that comes back to like having direct contact and feedback to various people. That would be great.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
That's very helpful.
John, you want to?
Yeah, Ailish, thank you so much, and thank you for the work you do, and also the work that all the other members of this SBDC do. It's really been one of the pleasures of my time on the select board to have arrived at the position of being the liaison to this committee. I'm going to just give a shout out to Raul Fernandez, whose idea it was to create this committee. It has evolved, as you heard tonight. And I think that it is more and more going to become an important part of the various things that we do from, from town hall outward, to support the commercial districts in Brookline, because part of that is hearing from the people who actually operate businesses in Brookline on a regular and continuing basis, and developing relationships. I think that was a word that Ailish may have just used, that create a real sort of a team effort between town hall and those who do business in Brookline to have our business districts thrive. Because when the business districts thrive, it's better for everyone. People are happy to have shops that they can enjoy, and experiences that they can enjoy in our business districts. And we at Town Hall are happy because of the fees and the taxes and the revenues that come in from, a healthy business climate in the town. So it's a good committee. And as she mentioned, Ann is a terrific asset to the committee, and Aaron Norris staffing the committee also just terrific.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your report. It's very informative. And our recent requirement or policy to have committees present reports of their work, I think has turned out very well, as evidenced by your report. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, outdoor dining.
And stick around for some good news on the umbrellas. I think.
So before we pass this over to Jessica DeRoy with Economic Development, I just wanted to frame this conversation a little bit. Tiffany Oliva, Assistant Town Administrator for Operations. In 2021, a multi-department staff working group gathered together to think about what the outdoor dining program looks like post-pandemic, or as we transition out of the pandemic. Of course, we know it still lingers. And part of their program development and memo document that they created tasks the Economic Development Division with coming back to us each year to revisit the initial set of fees that were proposed for the outdoor dining program. So Economic Development has done a fabulous job in partnership with the Small Business Development Committee, developing research and recommendations around that program. So Jessica is going to go through those, and then after she presents, I will layer on some additional recommendations that we are making based on some of that we, the town administrator, and the select board office, is making about the common victualler outdoor dining program. So we'll start with her research and their recommendations, and then layer on our office's recommendations with that.
Thank you, Tiffany. As Tiffany said, I'm Jessica DeRoy. I'm one of the newest economic development and long-term planners within the planning department, economic development division. I've been with the town for about 8 months now, and I've had the pleasure of working on this project as one of the first ones that I've taken on, and it's been a great partnership, as Tiffany mentioned, across multiple divisions and the business community as well. So it's a pleasure to be here tonight to talk to you about this program. So the purpose. Oh, we have to share the screen. Sorry. Yep, that'd be helpful.
So I know the hour is late, but I want to make sure that I get what you say. So if you could slow down your delivery just a tiny bit.
Of course.
And lean into the mic.
So the purpose of the presentation tonight is to talk about the 2022 proposed fee changes, or sorry, the 2025 proposed fee changes and the guideline amendments that we're looking to do based off of the discussions that have happened with the various divisions, businesses and other organizations involved in this program, and to provide context on the reasons why we want to make these proposed revisions in advance of your vote next week. And this is something that the select board does annually to review these guidelines. This is the first time we will be actually recommending a reduction in the fees rather than continuing with the original proposed 2021 fee structure.
So they're going down. Is that what I heard?
Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
Right, we had this discussion last
The other
week.
day, okay.
So just to do a brief recap as to the timeline of how the program came to be. We, of course, initiated the temporary program in June of 2022 in response to the COVID pandemic, which required doing things differently to allow the businesses to maintain their livelihood and to continue running their business with a safe 6-foot distance and preventing the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. We had 48 participating businesses within that free 2020 program that was originally meant to be temporary. Because of the enhanced commercial vibrancy, the responses from the businesses, the support of the select board, town meeting members, and the business organizations, we did decide to enact a permanent outdoor dining program in 2021, which was when we went ahead and determined what the proper regulations, licenses, and procedures should be to make that program a reality, with the official launch in April of 2022. Now, the fee structure that we developed was based off of what we could look at for our administrative costs, and we were looking at parking meter revenue loss that was estimated based off of what we were charging for 3 days or 3 metered spots for 8 hours of the 12-hour day. And this was because the other municipalities in Massachusetts specifically had not actually launched their own programs yet. So we were one of the first to implement, so we had to kind of take what we thought was best for how the fee structure should be implemented and go with that until a time like today, where we now have more information to go off of now that other municipalities around us have implemented their own programs. Oops, sorry, I'll go back. So for looking at the contrast of our fee structure versus the other municipalities, I did do some research on all 351 municipalities, or 350 if we exclude ourselves, and only 36, including us, actually have a permanent outdoor dining program. They are all seasonal, so you'll see on this slide that there aren't any proposed fees to use as a comparative for the annual on-street or annual sidewalk. However, 21 of the 35 other Massachusetts municipalities do have a seasonal on-street fee of between $50 and $500, and the seasonal sidewalk fee of $50 to $250. This fee structure is based solely on the administrative costs involved with putting this together, so the application review, inspections, and the Jersey barriers, if that is something that the municipalities are offering on their own. Some of them have started implementing either a fee for the Jersey barriers, which is included in this maximum of 500 and 250 total, or allowing the businesses to provide their own. And their fees don't include the parking revenue, and that is primarily because these other cities and towns do not have consistent metered parking throughout their entire municipality, making it infeasible for them to be using that as a basis for all outdoor dining across their municipalities. Our current existing fee structure, which these slides specifically are in the appendices that were included as part of the agenda packet for tonight, our closest fee structure comparative across the nation right now is actually Times Square and Broadway in New York City versus the 500 to 250 for our fellow Massachusetts municipalities. So to kind of give you a brief overview of how many different licenses we had active for the annual sidewalk, annual parklets, or both the annual on-street, annual sidewalk, as well as the seasonal breakdowns of on-street, sidewalk, or both. We did have some consistency across the board, but we did, again, I mentioned this before, but had a maximum participation in 2020 with 48 businesses at zero cost. They're not included in this because there was no official breakdown as the type of dining at that time. In 2022, the businesses declined in terms of number participating, mainly because they were attempting to return to their pre-COVID norms. They could start opening their restaurants as normal with the indoor seating. 2023, we did see a slight increase again up to the 41, which is only 7 less than the 48 that participated when it was free. Of course, we know 2023 during the summer specifically brought a lot of rain. So there wasn't as much use of the outdoor dining as one would anticipate given the standard summer weather. And with the fee increase, we did actually keep the fees the same moving forward into 2024 because of the fact that we didn't have the comparative numbers yet or the real evidence that the parking meter loss really was what we had anticipated it was or would be at this particular time. So keeping the consistent fee amounts from 2023 to 2024, we actually saw a big dip from 41 businesses participating all the way down to 25, which is just under half of the total participants of 2020. And despite this number, there are still a very large supportive group of businesses that see the benefit of the program. And that's not just the restaurants participating, but the retailers as well, who are reaping the benefits of people spending more time in the different commercial areas around town. So they're appreciating the commercial vibrancy that's being created and would like to see more happen moving forward. And this is based off of the conversations we had throughout this process. And just to give you an update on the parking meter revenue for 2023, we were originally anticipating that the estimates for seasonal parking meter loss were about $5,000 and about $8,600 for the annual. And what we found based off of the actual meter amounts from the IPS system is that the average per meter per day is $7.38 or $2,273.04 on average for the year. And that's just to provide some oversight as to what those actual parking meter revenue losses would be in reality with these programs. So our proposed fee recommendation for 2025, based off of the comparables to the other Mass municipalities and based off of conversations with Select Board Office, Economic Development, Building, and DPW, they're amenable to decreasing the fees and subsidizing a bit of the cost that overlaps with what's not encumbered by this original fee. We are looking at $250 for the seasonal sidewalk renewal or $500 for the first-time applicants, just to account for the additional application processes that have to go through to approve applicants for the first time, and $500 for the seasonal on-street, with $1,000 for the first-time applicants, again, just to cover the extra costs with onboarding the new business. This aligns with the other 35 municipalities. There are a couple of outliers, which is where we kind of brought in the first-time applicant fee. That's something that Somerville specifically is doing, and Boston has a similar separate fee structure depending on which type of program they're doing, but they complicate it a little bit, bringing in the alcohol license fees and things. So this first-time application fee really comes from Somerville's model. And this will promote further town vibrancy. We have heard from multiple businesses who were part of the 48 or some of the newer businesses that would like to participate in this program. And I think personally and through the conversations that reducing the costs will also reduce the barriers of entry for the businesses, and we'll continue to see the commercial town vibrancy without too much extra work in terms of administrative timetables and things. I think based off of conversations, we would be closer to that 48 number again, not so much above and beyond that, just to get everyone back involved in the program as they were before. And in terms of guideline changes and different things, Ailish did mention this earlier about the umbrellas with the logos. One of the biggest questions and concerns from the businesses was the cost of these umbrellas that they use for the outdoor dining can range between $300 to $700 per umbrella, but their vendors, whether they're alcohol vendors or food vendors or otherwise, actually provide them these for free as long as the logo stays there. There was one option to just cover the logos, but that would basically exempt them from using them because the point is the vendor gets the advertising by providing the umbrella. So the recommendation is to remove the proposed language or the language that says that no promotional signage or logos shall be allowed on any outdoor dining elements, but maintaining the concept that the Jersey barriers cannot have advertising or be painted unless it is approved by DPW beforehand. That is everything. So I thank you for your time. I welcome any questions.
Before we take questions on that, I do just want to layer on, if it's okay, the select board licensing perspective on this. And we are in agreement with the proposed fees for seasonal on-street and sidewalk. Right. And in talking with the Department of Public Works and Building are also in agreement that we would be willing to remove, if the select board is amenable to it, the requirement that prohibits them from having advertisement or logos on umbrellas. Of course, Jersey barriers would still be prohibited to have any kind of painting or advertisement on that. The reason for that is Department of Public Works cannot promise that the businesses will get the same Jersey barriers every year. A couple of other things that we wanted to layer on based on economic development's research, we became aware that Brookline is the only identified community with an annual outdoor dining program right now. And so we're proposing kind of phasing that program out, grandfathering in those who currently have annual on-street and sidewalk programs, and lowering that fee for those that are grandfathered in for next year. So the fee for annual on-street would be $2,300, which would reflect a reduction from annual on-street from last year, which was around 4,000, more than 4,000, and would reflect a rate that's lower than the seasonal on-street rate was for last year. And then also annual sidewalk fee of $350. This is a $10 reduction from last year, but fits within the new proposed framework for seasonal fees. The other thing that we've edited the guidelines to reflect is just to manage expectations on when DPW might be able to install Jersey barriers. So we've adjusted the language to state that they would begin doing so in early April, but it's going to be subject to staff capacity in terms of what does the weather look like, what backlogs do we have in the spring that we need to address, and trying to incorporate that into DPW's spring workload. So just trying to manage those expectations. We'll try to get Jersey barriers out as fast as we can, but we don't want to promise folks that they're going to have them up April 1st. Chaz, is there anything you want to add?
No, thank you very much.
Oh,
Thank you.
That's all right. Go ahead.
I just, thanks so much for your presentation. So I just want to understand, we've seen a significant decline, right? Why do we think it's going to go back up to 48?
Well, I know one of the concerns when we were talking about this interdepartmentally and just generally was whether or not we would see a extreme influx of businesses re-participating or joining for the first time this program because of the reduced fees. The reason I mentioned the 48 is because that was the maximum we had during the heat of the pandemic, when it was really just a matter of keeping their business alive and maintaining their livelihoods. So I think while this program is very popular, in terms of the anticipation of the influx of applications and things that aren't just renewals, I don't foresee us really surpassing the 48 mark, just given the history of the program, even at zero cost.
Okay. So it's the reduction, and I was confused by the different numbers. Is the new program 250 or 500, or is it the numbers that are earlier, where it's a slide with crossouts? I'm just confused.
Yeah,
about
so the slides with crossouts were the original dining program fees per the 2021 policy when we initiated this.
Gotcha.
Select board was going to approve the updated fee structure based off of that particular chart each year up until this coming.
Okay, so now
year.
it's 250 and 500.
Yes.
And then my second question is, the counter of losing metered parking to outdoor dining, which is great. I know have we heard the other side of the coin from other establishments saying, you're taking away parking, it's impacting my business?
I would say maybe one or two, but the majority outcry, especially from retailers, is that it actually supports their business. So a lot of these restaurants don't have other restaurants next to them. And in terms of any restaurants that are going to have any kind of abutments where it's impacting or impeding on the neighboring businesses, retail location or otherwise, they actually have the opportunity during the application process to voice those concerns in advance and throughout the process as well if something does change.
Mike?
Thank you, Bernard. So, Paul, just a quick answer. I think it's the Bottega de Capri, right across the street from Town Hall. Last summer did not have outdoor dining, and I asked the proprietor why, and he said the price was too high. Gone up too much, it wasn't supportable, which was a great disappointment to me because it's a great place to sit outside in the summertime. I need to throw a bit of a monkey wrench into the works. And I don't know quite how to deal with it, but one of the things that we've been talking about, or will be talking about, is the removal of parking spaces in Brookline Village and Washington Square as a consequence of the Complete Streets remake of that street. And it strikes me that we are within the tight boundaries, particularly of Brookline Village, by putting by putting barriers in front of parking meters, we're not just potentially taking those metered spaces away from the people who might want to park there and go into a store. We're also impinging significantly on the freedom that we have to create shared space between bikes and cars. I don't have a solution to that at the top of my head. I know the draconian solution is to say, well, within that, from Holden Street to Station Street, you can't have on-street dining. But I think we need to have a serious discussion about priorities, whether dining is a priority or finding a solution to the use of the space for other purposes is the priority.
Okay, Chaz?
I think
then David.
It's a great question. I think there are a couple of things here. One, particularly with the Washington Street, that work is not anticipated to begin until FY28.
Yep.
So we have some time, which I think is important to note, to let us game this out and achieve the balances that you're talking about. We're not even at the 25% design mark on the proposed Washington Street process. And I think it's important to realize that there's a lot more community input and prioritization that needs to go into that. And I think I'm confident that we will come up with a solution there that may involve, you're right, there may be circumstances in which, a restaurant's particular location is just going to preclude it from having on-street dining because it would impede the remaining parking in the area or a bike lane, a protected bike lane or both, and in that instance, what we would say is we would probably work collaboratively with that restaurant if possible to work on sidewalk processes that would, potentially solve some of that. And I know it's not the same thing, but it is something. And in other instances, we might just have to say, right, the design of the streetway is not going to provide for what it is that what you want to do here.
Right.
That's why we're going to have some time under this revised program, if it's approved, to see what the uptake is, to see if because if there is a massive uptake in this and the community really values having a lot of outdoor dining in Brookline Village, and that it continues to revitalize the neighborhood, we need to take a hard look at how we prioritize that.
The one thing I'd be concerned about is by the 25%, is kind of a boundary line. Once it's at 25%, it becomes increasingly difficult to make changes. So before we get to that point and submit it to the state, we really need to have a thorough conversation about this and look at whatever data we possibly can to make sure that we're setting our priorities in the right place. I
David?
think excuse me.
Sorry.
I think the safety of pedestrians, we try very hard to take care of that with sidewalks. We're just getting to the realization that we need to take care of the safety of cyclists and other two-wheel vehicles. No matter whether we like what they do in that lane or not, just as pedestrians occasionally will cross the street against a wait sign. And we also need to make provision for parking in the commercial area because it's vital for the stores, perhaps more so for the stores than for the restaurants. So, because you walk around the corner for a restaurant meal, if you want to go in and out of a store, then you haven't got a parking space. You'll just keep going. So let's have that conversation in detail with ourselves and with the community as well.
David?
So I have a few questions. So one of them, I'm trying to understand the financing of this a bit better. So the per parking meter cost in terms of revenue in a year, I think was $2,273 or thereabouts. How many parking meters are typically taken up by outdoor dining on a per restaurant basis?
So each restaurant takes up 2.5 spaces. So it's 2 spaces for the outdoor dining and then half a space for the diagonal or
Jersey barrier.
yes, the diagonal Jersey barrier.
So we're looking at 2 to 3 parking meters?
Yes.
Okay. And the fees that we receive from on-street permits obviously don't add up to that amount of 3 meters, but clearly there are other positive attributes, including financial, that we derive from allowing outdoor dining. So I'm wondering if you could articulate what some of those are.
So one of the things that I wasn't able to gather enough local evidence in the businesses themselves, just because of the way that the numbers break down internally, is the meals tax. There was some conversation interdepartmentally, and the meals tax for Brookline over the last few years is incorporated into the appendices packet as well. That does show an increase in the meals tax collected once this program was initiated. There is no evidentiary proof that that is truly correlated, but we were basing it on the assumption that there was an increase. We did have 1 or 2 businesses that were able to provide the numbers, but not enough of the population of applicants or participants that could really show us what the true face value is in terms of the meals tax collected from the outdoor dining specifically. But there is some conversation about the meals tax being that added income or revenue for the town that's based off of this program.
All right. Another related question that I have in terms of outdoor space that could be utilized for dining, has there been any thought to rooftop dining? That's certainly popular in some communities. I understand that there can be safety issues there, and some of our roofs have utilities, so it won't work everywhere, but it might work in some places. So is that something we've looked at?
I'm not sure if we've thought about it in the past. I don't think there's been too many roofs that were able to do that. And I think so many of the restaurants rent from their property owners, which I believe that the property owners are part of the application process anyway, because they have to have approvals. But I don't think we've attempted that as of late or as of yet.
And one more quick one, if I may. We heard Tiffany mention that the town is looking to move away from the annual on-street, and you cited as a reason that Brookline appears to be the only municipality that's doing that. Is that the only reason, though? Because for me, just because we're alone doesn't mean we're wrong. Could mean we're a pioneer.
So the other big reason for this is the concern about the winter and what happens in the winter. The pandemic coincided with a couple of extremely mild winters, where we didn't have a lot of cause for snow removal. And in the winter, the circumstances where if we get a multi-day storm and we're trying to navigate plows around permanent structures in the public way, we're going to run into trouble. And it's just the cost of trying to figure that out and all the potential contingencies there is going to be difficult. So given that there's been low uptake of annual dining, we know where the current annual dining locations are. We can plan for specific plans around those unique circumstances. That makes us feel better about ensuring that the current businesses that have come to rely on that will have that opportunity until the road gets redone. So it's kind of a long, sundown for that license. But the worry that we have is that if it did go in the opposite direction and we had a lot of things in the public way in December, we'd really have serious snow removal issues.
Okay, John.
A few points, if I may, and I'm going to start by saying that, I think down the road, maybe Mike and I are not going to see eye to eye on every aspect of this question of, outdoor dining, bike lanes, parking meters. But I do very much agree with the thrust of his comment that we need to come to some kind of understanding on these issues now. And by that, I mean, we really don't have the luxury, as I understand it, of waiting until 2028, when the serious work on this begins, because by that time, we will be doing serious work on a plan that we agreed to 3 or 4 years ago in terms of the specifics of it, in terms of the parking meters and where they're located and so on and so on and so on. So I agree with the thrust of what Mike has said. The other points I want to make are that, first of all, on the question of okay, so you have an outdoor dining area and it causes the loss of 2 parking meters. And I sort of experience here people doing the calculation in their heads. The average meter gets us to bum. What does the permit for the outdoor dining get us? What is the balance between those 2 things? None of this is that simple to calculate. And I'll just cite the example of, okay, so you lose two parking meters in order to have an outdoor dining area. People come in increasing numbers to the commercial area because they like the outdoor dining area. What happens when they get there and the 2 meters that somebody used to park at are no longer there where the outdoor dining is? They move on and they park at another meter a little bit further away. So have we really lost any meter revenue? We might have actually gained meter revenue because there's more people coming because the outdoor dining attracts more people to the commercial area. So it's not easy to just put a number on these things. Excuse me. Having said that, there is the experience of the owners of the restaurant businesses and the experience of the owners of the adjacent businesses, be they restaurant or other types of businesses in the commercial areas, Washington Square, Coolidge Corner, Brookline Village. And every time there has been a conversation of the Small Business Development Committee on these issues, not just the restaurant owners have said this is, in some cases, kind of an existential matter, that having these outdoor dining areas makes the difference between staying in business or not staying in business. The restaurant owners have said that, on more than one occasion. The adjacent businesses that I've heard from, and it's more than one, and it's at these meetings regularly, want the outdoor dining because it improves the overall business climate in the commercial areas. So you've got kind of a fair amount of unanimity, if not absolute unanimity, among merchants in our commercial areas that outdoor dining has been good for Brookline. And you've also got, I think, a very difficult case to make that for some reason, the loss of the meters whenever there's an outdoor dining space might actually be costing us money. I doubt very much it's costing us any money. And I want to recognize the work done by the town staff. They have shown that they are listening to the real numbers here in terms of what is charged in other communities and what we have been charging in Brookline. And they have adjusted. And I think that sends a very good signal to our business community that when a good case is made, that we're out of step and we are creating an onerous fee structure vis-a-vis our businesses, we'll correct it and we'll adjust it and we'll lower it. And I think the adjustment we made by now allowing for some of these restaurant businesses with outdoor patio space to get umbrellas offered to them gratis from companies that do sponsorships on the umbrellas. That's just being realistic. That's kind of how it works in other communities that have good outdoor dining programs. There's no reason why we should put an extra burden on the people who do that in Brookline. They all compete with each other. Brookline competes with Cambridge, competes with Watertown, competes with Newton, and if we make it harder for our competing restaurants to survive, it's going to have consequences.
Paul.
Yep. Thanks, Bernard. I'm going to wrap up my thoughts on this. First, I want to agree with John and Mike that and reiterate what I said at the offsite meeting, which was, supported by the town administrators, correct. This board has to approve the 25% plan for the Washington Street redesign. So it's going to be critical for us to come to, at least this board, come to agreement, possibly, on what the mix is between outdoor dining, dedicated bike lanes, and parking. It's going to be really, really important because, as John said, once you're committed, it's very difficult to go back on these programs. But I do all this talk about lowering the prices, potentially increasing the demand, just like with our commercial on-street parking permits, right? We have a limit on each street because you can't take up all the parking for the commercial. No one else will be able to park. So the question is, do we have any design into our program to say how many on a certain street? When is too many outdoor, dining areas taking away all the, what's the capacity? And have we thought that through?
And that varies district by district. It varies based on, do we have public parking lots in the area? Do we have, what's on that street? Is there a need for street action? Where are the loading docks? Where are all those things?
Do we have a map that shows us where outdoor dining can go and when it's too much? I mean, what's the capacity?
I think it would be difficult for us to make that determination because we have to see who applies, right? We have to see where
Eventually someone's going to come to you and say, I want an outdoor dining area. And you're going to say, sorry.
Yep.
We can't.
And there has to be an articulable basis for
the reason for that, other than they're going to be
right. But a map
satisfied.
Right. I think if we put a map out there, we would kind of be saying, here are the little blocks that you could put a restaurant into. And I would want us to take a more holistic and dynamic approach to that.
Yep.
And be able
because you're predetermining the location, but you understand the problem that
Yes.
could potentially develop here.
Yes.
Right. That you've got 4 restaurants on a block.
Yep.
That say, why did they get one, but I didn't?
That's right. And that's where if we're a victim of our own success, if we see influx on this, then there will need to be articulable reasons for the denial. And in this instance, one of the things that has to happen here is there needs to be a submission of what is your outdoor dining going to look like to planning and to buildings. It needs to pass building code, needs to be ADA compliant, and planning needs to planning needs to look at this and make sure, yep, okay, there's enough, the neighborhood, the surrounding area can support this, either extension into the roadway or which typically is more easier sidewalk,
Well, we're gonna have an acute challenge with that because of Washington Street.
Yeah,
It's gonna force us.
Just my point.
Right? It's gonna force us.
And that's where, I just want to say one quickly to John's point, which I think you've all echoed, and is I'm not saying that we can afford to wait to sort out the prioritization of all of those things. That's right, we can. It's got to be decided before the 25% mark. It's really about the practical impact. The question of, all right, the design has been made, and as we continue to move on towards 2028, knowing where the meters are going to be, knowing where the bike lanes are going to be, is there an appetite in the community to say, all right, given those things, we're going to allow dining here, or is it too much of an imposition onto the new infrastructure? And we have to say, no outdoor dining here. That's all I was talking about.
Or is the infrastructure too much of an
Hold on,
imposition?
Paul. Come on. John, one question. Remember, it's 10.
Yeah, I agree.
10:30.
I thank the chair. The question is, we have been referencing the 25% mark. I just, for people listening at home who don't know what we're talking about, could someone give an explanation of what we mean by the 25% mark? And Chaz?
So the Washington Street redesign is a state TIP project, which means basically we are receiving a significant amount of federal and state money to complete that project. It's a little under $30 million. And in order for us to get that money, we need to submit design documents that are listed as 25% complete, which means certain milestones have been reached. They are not final, but the foundation of the design is final. That's how I would describe it. The bones of the design are set such that there's a reasonable confidence that those are not going to change. And so the deadline for submitting those is, I believe, early next year. And the process that we're going through now is getting the documents close to that point and then running them by the stakeholders, the transportation, again, after the community involvement, the transportation board, the select board, anyone else that needs to sign off on those documents.
Before
they
early
go to the
next
state.
year.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to be voting next week on this.
Yes.
Item. I'm not going to ask if there are any more questions, but to just move on to the next item on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
your presentation.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, great.
Next, marijuana retail establishment licenses. Nothing in the packet.
There is there's a memo, and I apologize. That's my fault. But thank you, Tiffany, for working through that. We have received notice that Mission Brookline, a cannabis retailer in the community, has ceased operations. They have ceased sales activity. They have complied with the requirements. It's our understanding that they've complied with the requirements of the State Cannabis Control Commission to transfer supply, and they have closed the business. They have announced their intent to return their license and special permit to the town. We have accepted that. And so the town will now has one marijuana retail establishment license and special permit available. What's going to happen is we are going to open the application process for that license in mid-October. We will make an announcement before the application officially opens. The application will be filled out online. I want to be clear to folks who are thinking about applying that the process will be in alignment with the Select Board's marijuana establishment equity policy. So per that policy, at the time the application opens, we will exclusively accept applications from equity applicants, which has been described as entities or individuals that have received economic empowerment status or social equity status from the CCC, the state CCC. Additional preference to the extent allowed by law will be given to applicants who have resided in Brookline for the 5 years preceding the date of the application and who continue to do so at the time the application is approved. So the top line of this is we have a marijuana retail license. We will open applications for that license in October. We will make an announcement before that happens. And anyone seeking an application for that license must be CCC certified as either an economic empowerment applicant or a social equity applicant.
And when we're ready for that, we should have in our packet the process that we use to accept the application and process it through. I just want to make sure that we know exactly what steps we have to take and what things we can't take.
Yes, this is a multi-departmental operation now because it's the first time we've had an application in a while. And the landscape is very different, to put it mildly. With that said, there's a lot of interest. We've been getting emails at the select board office saying, I hear you have a license. Do you have a license? And so we've said to them, let's be patient and we will have a fair and equitable process for ensuring this license is good.
Great.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. I thought John had his.
No. Sorry.
Okay. So we have to vote on this question of accepting the return of the Brookline marijuana retailer establishment license from Mission MA Inc. All in favor of accepting the return of this license, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, boards and commissions reappointment. Question of reappointing Rita McNally to the Housing Advisory Board. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Boards and commissions, new appointments. Question of appointing new members to various boards and commissions. Age-Friendly Cities Committee. Ruth Mimsoff. I assume people don't have any discussion of these.
We've
Okay.
had great.
Raring to go.
Okay, all in favor of Ruth Nimsoff?
You want to do omnibus?
Okay, by saying, pardon me?
Do you want to put them all together?
But, well, just one more.
Oh, okay.
There's just one more.
Yeah.
Please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Mike Sandman.
Aye, with pleasure.
Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Finally, Brookline Commission for the Arts, Katha Seidman. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And Chair votes aye. And
Do have-
finally,
you have the election, sorry.
finally, in the back of the room, there is our town clerk
Keeping us.
who
up.
has three items on the agenda for our vote.
You better not be charging us overtime.
Saving the best for last. So fun fact, I do not get paid overtime for elections work. So the joke is during election season, I'm the lowest paid person in my office because everybody else does get paid for their overtime.
Fortunately, we're not. in
The
your
way it
office.
should be.
Yes, exactly. If anybody would like to stay late, we have not gotten the ballots yet. We expect them next week. They told us by the 7th. So if you want to put on your schedules doing some late night ballot stuffing, feel free to come down. Or ballot prep. I know, not ballot stuffing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 3 votes before the board tonight related to the November 5th state election, sometimes referred to as the presidential election, but it is a state election, so that's what we call it. The first is a vote to execute the warrant for the election, which includes numerous offices, including electors for president and vice president, as well as 5 ballot questions. The polling places are exactly the same as they have been for the elections in 2024. A note I will make for voters who do not vote except in presidential years, the redistricting has occurred since 2020. So they might have a different polling location. So we are encouraging people to double check their polling location before they go to the polls on election day itself.
And in the future, vote in our local elections.
Yes, please vote in all of our elections. It is very, very important, all of them. We put in the same amount of work pretty much for all of them. And a staff member once described it as, it's like throwing a party and nobody shows up. So don't make them sad. Please come out and vote. The second vote is a vote on setting the dates for early voting for the November election. Our November elections are a little bit different than our other elections for early voting. The state law passed in 2022 requiring early voting at all elections and allowing it at town elections expands it specifically for state elections every 2 years in the those November elections. So instead of 1 week of early voting, it will be 2 full weeks of early voting starting on October 19th and running until November 1st. We will have it at the Coolidge Corner Putterham Libraries on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and then at Town Hall on the weekends 10 to 4 and then during our regular business hours for those weekdays. So many, many opportunities for people to go and vote early if they would like to vote early in person. And then the final vote is the authorization of police details for the election. We have police officers at each precinct, as well as a handful of others for situations where we know there are parking issues or schools have asked us for an additional police detail. With this election, we do expect very high turnout, as well as a large number of people who might be standing outside holding signs, might want to be observers inside. And we take the security of our elections very seriously. We're always in close communication with the police department, with the Secretary of State's office, with the Federal Elections Commission, with Homeland Security, on regular calls with them to make sure that we know what's going on. They know if we have any concerns, and so that there can be communication very effectively for any issues that might occur. So those are the 3 questions that are before the board. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Hey, Mike.
Can we wrap these together?
Let's do it. But any questions?
No, the only thing I hope is that the candidates have another debate so I can make up my mind.
Okay, I'll take that as.
It's late.
Jest.
Okay, so I move approval of the 3 items on for the November election. Issue the warrant for the state election on November 5th. Approve the early voting schedule for the November 5th state election. And authorize police details for the November 5th state election. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And Chair votes aye. And that, unless there's anyone who would like to make public comment,
There
ends our meeting.
are 20 participants and no one is raising their hand.
Okay, let's,
Is there anybody still
let's
on?
end before before someone does raise.
No,
their
you've
hand.
got hands up.
Actually, there are hands up.
And
Really?
I will say this to folks.
Oh.
If you're commenting on the same thing that someone else has commented on, you can always send an email to selectboard@brooklinema.gov. The select board reads every email they receive.
Stuck it out. You should hear them.
One hand is lowered, but one is still raised, and
That's
that's
fine.
Sarah Shao.
Yep.
Hi. So, I've been a long time Brookline
Could you
resident.
identify yourself first?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Just
Oh,
identify.
I'm Sarah Shao. I'm a long-term Brookline resident.
Oh.
So, the issue not necessarily is related to the 90 and 100 Bellingham, but it's been, this is my first time listening to the town's meeting, and I really appreciate the format where both sides get to, sort of advocate for their side, and just a public forum, and everybody seated here gets to make a decision, an informed decision. We're just asking for a little bit of transparency here because, both parties advocated for their side during the preservation meeting. Everybody was informed, information was brought in, so we were just told this decision went into a executive committee meeting. And, I would imagine every decision made in tonight's meeting, is upheld to the public forum. We're going to continue those decisions. I think everybody who sat through tonight's meeting will be devastated if another committee above you just took every decision we made, voted on, and just vetoed it behind closed doors. So I guess, as a town member, I'm just asking, and on behalf of the neighborhood, we're asking for some transparency, just in terms of, we went through 2 public forum and the information was presented, everybody spoke up, and both sides has, their story. So we just want some transparency. I guess this is my question or comment. And I appreciate everybody's time. I know it's late, but I just want to kind of, I sat through tonight's meeting. I kind of really want to understand how a decision is made, how we vote. It looks like everybody is well informed. Everybody, nobody was, made a decision because they're concerned about someone else's objection, right? There's never going to be, and no decision can be made if we're just all worried about what decision or objection is going to be there. So transparency, thank you very much. And have a great night.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker raising their hand is Ray Chung. Ray, I'm promoting you now. You can share your video if you're comfortable and begin your 3 minutes.
Go ahead, Ray.
Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And I too want to comment on the 90 and 100 Bellingham Road issue that you had closed executive session on earlier this evening. And I really want to restate what has in many ways been said earlier, which is that the Preservation Committee on 2 separate occasions had the opportunity to vote on the historical significance of these homes, voted twice to support that significance. And we have every reason to believe that that finding stands on solid legal ground. And to have this again challenged and to be adjudicated in a closed door session again strikes all of us as seemingly unfair in the process. So we as neighbors and residents of that community stand really extraordinarily united in our view that the Preservation Commission stated its case, and we believe that it stands on absolutely solid ground. So thank you for your consideration, and hope that you too stand by that Preservation Commission vote.
We have another speaker raising their hand. Linda Thompson. Linda, I'm promoting you now. Linda, you should be able to start your video if you're comfortable and begin your 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi. My name is Linda Thompson and I'm at 121 Grove Street and I'm part of the Bellingham neighborhood. I just want to reiterate what my other neighbors have said, and I'm hoping that the Preservation Commission's two decisions will be upheld. And that's really all I want to say. I'm hoping that this will stay put. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Diane Abrazinski. I am promoting you now. You should be able to start your video if you're comfortable and begin your 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Diane Abrazinskis. I live at 59 Bellingham Road for the last 24 years with my family. And I just wanted to say that our whole neighborhood supports the decisions that have been made twice by the Preservation Commission. And we hope that the Select Board will uphold those decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers who wish to speak online? Leanna Lipton, I'm promoting you now, and you can start your video if you're comfortable and begin your 3 minutes.
You can call it.
Just another Bellingham neighbor echoing my neighbors and friends. Thank you. And so much I just say the Preservation Committee took the same care that you all took tonight with every decision, and we would like to see that upheld.
Okay, I'm gonna cut off further comments. You of course can and should convey your thoughts to the select board through our to our email account or email address with respect to this issue. So thank you. And that ends the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.